Hey, everyone. How y'all doing today? Happy Thursday. Last day of the streaming week. So let's make it a great one, hey? First up on the docket, some good old-fashioned Spire slaying. There it goes. How's it going, everybody? Time-appropriate greetings to you all. Malkavian24. Chicken Man Phil, how's it going? Ivy Blade. Infidel Zombie, what's up? Dice Sphere. Small Minds, good to see you. Hey, Valor Desert Fox. Venom. Los Riantos. Love that greeting, by the way, Dice Sphere. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Rolls off the tongue in a really charming way. Hey, Fearless Iron. Get well soon, Travis. Kagasvaj appreciating the alliteration. Good stuff. Sunday's the first day of the stream week at the moment, schmooze. Though truth be told, we've been on the current Sunday through Thursday schedule for, I want to say, almost 2 years now. But it might be time to switch that up to something else as my life shifts. Probably sometime before the end of the year, I might toy with the days that we're live. Probably could be a good day to stream. Hey Fantasia, grats on that Ascension 19 clear with the defect. Snecko Eye Thunderstrike, that's a wild one. We actually had a Thunderstrike build, one second here. We had a Thunderstrike build, I think, yesterday. That was totally glorious. Okay, there we go. Yes, this beautiful run. This is one of my favorite defect runs we've done in recent history. An early Ice Cream into kind of forced Black Star. Our boss pick was like Black Star versus Tiny House versus something else that did nothing immediately. I don't remember what the third option was. But it was a sad time, that I do remember. Great question, Tungrick. So I have two monitors set up in front of me on a kind of traditional computer-style desk. But the controls are all done from a lapboard. This is a Corsair K63 wireless mechanical keyboard with a big flat surface to rest a mouse on as well. And that's what I use with the big cozy chair to stream from. Hey, Zizzy. Have you been busy vivification lately? Hey, Storm. I would like to try that A25 mod sometime this month. It'd be a good thing to visit. Maybe we should visit some mods after I've kind of dabbled in this A20 thought that we're currently on. We've been having a really good time of the A20, so I don't feel inclined to mix it up at all right now. It's a hot streak, and let's keep it up. Ironclad is up to bat next. Good old boy in red. I do love the Clad. It used to be my favorite character and still is in a lot of ways, with all the wild variety that he brings to the Spire. Let's do it up. Not a bad Act 1. I like how flexible this is. So in the early game here, we're definitely not going to go up this completely separate right side path. That's kind of interesting to see. That doesn't connect to the left at all, giving us the Burning Elite, but only one lowly fire along the way, and not much else of note. So I don't think this is a very high-value path. You're so welcome, Veller. That's one of my favorite questions. So few people even notice that there's a difference here to begin with. Do I have a favorite card in Spire? It's hard to pick just one. Truly. There's so many ones that I really enjoy. One of my guilty pleasures, Spire-wise, is Transmutation, the X-Cost colorless card. I think it's just a really cool effect, and it can be genuinely powerful at times. It's really good with Chemical X. Kind of very random, so it's sometimes really powerful and sometimes completely useless. Just like some of like White Noise and whatnot. And it's really hilarious if you play it with more than 10 energy. I think a card reward is completely fine here. Common Relic feels pretty good as well as a start. And I do have to admit to being, I think, a sucker for relics over cards, generally speaking. And there's a lot of good common relics you can get off the start. Choosing a card, very notably, dramatically improves your first 3 combats by letting you have a common going into that very first fight. How many of you have started out a run of Slay the Spire and immediately on turn 1 take 12 damage to Jawworm? If you choose a card, you're less likely to have that happen. I do think I am going to take a common relic though. Let's see what we get. A Potion Belt. 2 additional potion slots. That doesn't help us at all right now, because we currently have no potions, and more empty potion slots doesn't do anything for us, but I'm sure we'll be happy with this as we get further and further into the run, and it could be a decent incentive to maybe buy a potion or 2 here in the early game, so maybe there's now a reason to dip into this store, perhaps. Let's see how our first 2 combats go. Excellent draw. Perfect. So, ideally, defend, strike next turn. Yeah, we'll block here. And then 3 strikes next turn. Okay, so we only take 2 and we heal 4. Or heal for 6, so net gain of 4 hit points from the first combat. That's about the best Ironclad can do versus the Cultist, I think. So I'll call that ideal as far as floor 1 goes. And I'll call these card rewards pretty ideal, too. I can't think of many better early game cards for Ironclad than Cleave. It's a solid early damage option, and the upgrade is quite good, too. So we'll have a useful upgrade at the first fire if we take a Cleave. Could try to take a Dropkick. That's always a fun option. Personally, I tend to lean away from Dropkick as a card, as I don't trust its reliability a whole lot. but I think it could be a reasonable take here. Rage would be a little bit more speculative. It's a decent block addition, and does give the deck more output on average, since it's a zero-cost card, but does not improve our ability to do damage right now, which is the most important thing at the beginning of the game, especially for Clad, I think. Let's grab a cleave here. Immediate cleave value? Oof. Ouch. Immediate pain. Not much I can do here, right? We can, I guess, bash the low health one so that it dies in one hit. Strike you, but that's that's about all we have. Didn't have enough damage to kill either of them. Cool. Take 15 to the face. We get 6 back though, so it's only -9, which is still pretty oof. Ooh, and we're offered Combust versus Spot Weakness versus Armaments. I think adding Strength here, adding some more damage options is going to be good. Question is, do we take the guaranteed AoE? It's even good in the Hexaghost fight, I assure you. Or do we take the potential Strength gain that might whiff if the enemy is not attacking? It's a tough call. I think Combust has the greater utility in the elites of Act 1, being very good against sentries, and providing value against Gremlin Nob without making Nob do more damage. It's also not bad against Lagavulin, although that hit point price you pay per turn does sting a little. Could enable us to do stuff like take a Rupture, though. I think I like this Combust quite a bit. And my natural inclination now is to go to this store and buy just like 2 potions. So that we have them, and we can use those to prevent significant hit point loss incidents as we move through our act. Maybe even then able to go like Elite, Fire, Elite instead of this path. If we buy some potions, we can... Yes, yes, yes. And then we could go either or 4 elites, or something like this. Okay, let's do that. There is a Rupture here. $76 plus 54 is 130, so I can buy Fire Potion and Rupture. That's kind of cool. Can't do Rupture in a card remove, that's more money than we have, but we can do Rupture Fire Potion, which I very much like. And we're still in the easy pool combats, right? Potions are for the weak, well that's me right now. I could also see something like Headbutt plus card remove being a spicy choice. I go with my first instinct here. Although not my good instinct. Are so good. With that draw, let's not play the bash. Bash Strike does 17. I don't think I need to play this Combust. Yeah, we're good. Saved 1 hit point. We get a Smoke Bomb. Alright, well, I guess I'll take the Strength Scaling card, since we're going to be scaling Strength. Okay. That does wound me to skip a combat like that. Although I guess it healed me, technically. How strange. I mean, at least we got 6 hit points there. We do now need to make up for that by beating 2 elites, so let's begin. Good. That's what I like to see. What did we flee from? We fled from 3 lice that were attacking for like 22 on turn 1, with 0 block in hand. And no ability to kill any of them, so it was just like 20 damage. From lice. OWM. What kind of tree grows in the Spire? Ascend tree. No refunds. Okay, feels like a reasonable fire potion. What if the answer is take 10 to keep the fire potion, though? What's then? Ascend tree. 10 hit points for Firepot. Firepot's probably worth more than 10 hit points against Gremlinob, right? I'm actually going to choose to keep it here. Would I buy a fire potion for 10 hit points? I would buy 3 fire potions for 30 hit points right now. Not even kidding. That sounds excellent. This. You get 3 more days, though. It's a little spooky. Wow. That worked out really well. Get ourselves an oddly smooth stone, giving us a point of dex, making the block cards block for a bit more. No, that's a sneaky, dirty trap. Limit Break is right now. Absolutely not. Double our strength. The only way we get strength is by Rupture, so we have to play in order. Combust, Rupture, Limit Break. That is going to be so unreliable that there is no way it's going to happen consistently. We should take the 0-cost damage in Anger here. It'll work well with the strength we're generating. I think our first upgrade is genuinely Rupture? Question mark? At least for elite fights, it's going to be pretty consistent. Bash is a reasonable upgrade too, for the 3rd Vuln turn. The Combust upgrade is also very good at 5 goes to 7 damage. I do want to upgrade Combust and Rupture and Bash. I mean, I want to upgrade literally all of these cards, basically, but we don't get to upgrade them all. We have to make some choices. I think Cleave is going to get left behind. I think Anger is going to get left behind. We can probably do these 4. Depends on how much health we lose or gain from this elite fight, and we may get either a rest or another upgrade or nothing. Yeah, so I would agree. Had we not just fought sentries, the Combust upgrade would be a lot more attractive. But because we're 50-50 to fight Lega or Nob, I like the Rupture upgrade in particular. It's going to crush Lagavulin, especially. The Bash upgrade would be better against Nob, probably. Or maybe even Sword Boomerang. But Rupture's reasonable too, especially with the Draw Potion, to ensure that we get it in play early. Let's take that. It is in fact Lagavulin, so I'm extremely thrilled with the Rupture upgrade, and we get to play the Bash here. Though I might not actually start the combat. At least try. So I could do a reasonable chunk of damage. We're not exactly getting the best block draw. I think I'll take the 2 points of strength here. And then we wake up on this turn. Yeah. It's not a turn I would have liked to be attacked for 20. Don't feel the need to use a potion here. Might even get the kill next turn. 12, 12, 12. Or 14 plus 18. Okay, so fire potion kills. Which means this fire potion now saves us 15 health. I paid 10 health for it. We exchange it for 15, and I'm up 5 by not using it on the sentries. That feels pretty good to me. Oh my goodness, we get a red skill? Okay, so that's one of the things we could have found that means we're going to go the 4 elite route now. Because we are just below half HP. We start with 3 points of strength. And it's Smarkin' time. I really like a True Grit. This blocks for 8. Sure, it's going to exhaust a random card, but whatever. We'll upgrade it or something, maybe. Limit Break would have been pretty good, I will admit. Limit Break would have been pretty good. But will the Burning Blood betray us? Not if we are very careful. I'm gonna grab this meal ticket for later. Sustain sounds grand. Yeah, we're going this way. Better believe it. Yeah, not if we keep taking damage is the other answer. Help! Okay, a potion's great. More strength gain, or would we rather have a hemo or carnage? Actually, wait, hemokinesis! Yo! Hemokinesis activates our rupture, in addition to being very efficient damage to enemies. Hemokinesis sounds grand, especially with the buff to this card. Previously, the unupgraded version was lose 3, deal 14. Now it is 2 for 15 and upgrades to 20. Sweet. You're gonna absolutely stomp these poor elites. I'll tell you right now, this is gonna be a good Essence of Steel. Already below half, accounting for the Burning Blood. I'm wondering if I can get away with not playing the Combust. The answer is I shouldn't try. I am going to skip Rupture here, because this fight's going to be very short anyway. White Bee statue to go with our potion belt. That's such exciting news, Twitch chat. Always potions. Forever. And a second copy of Rupture. Part of the problem with our current strategy is that if Rupture is on the bottom of the deck, we can't gain any strength. Adding a second rupture gives us redundancy as well as a greater payoff once the stuff is in play. Don't think I want this Berserk. Even though we could maybe even upgrade it. Second Rupture is really aggressive scaling. If we take a second Rupture and then find the rod, we might have to skip Tungsten Rod if we were to find it because of Combust here. It'd be better to just stick with one. Keep the deck smaller. It's a little concerning in Act 2, right? To have 2 Ruptures, but it's way more concerning to like fight Book of Stabbing and have Rupture Plus be on the bottom. I am going to take the second Rupture. Let's see how quickly I come to regret this. I could have just actually killed you. You want to take some damage here. Go this way then. So half HP is how much? 75 divided by 2. It's 37.5, so we need to be at 37. Okay, we're good. Perfect, actually. Ooh, Flambe. 13 block. Sign me up. Hits hard against Hexaghost, too. That button could be interesting, but I'm going to take a Flambe, thank you. I will be using this Liquid Bronze against Hexaghost. I think it's just generally a good idea to do that. I've underestimated this boss many times, and I've died many times because of it. Wait a minute. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, good. I was a little worried. This is exactly what the Swift Potion was for. It's for a bad draw against Knob turn 1. Here we go. Yes, yes, Rourke. Looks like we skip the Rupture, just go bash Hemokinesis, and that definitely gets a victory. Maybe there was even a world where I did math to determine that I was allowed to play Strike instead of Hemokinesis and save the 2 hit points. Happy to see at least an early Ceramic Fish, giving us 9 gold if we add a card to the deck. I don't think I want any of these. So I'll slow down the draw a bit. We would love a Warcry Plus, but not a regular one. I think we take a combat over a question mark. A combat is an opportunity to get another potion into the potion belt. I really would appreciate. Whereas an event could be anything. It could even be nothing. Our ideal health going into Hexa is probably 35, as that's just below half and just below a threshold, but I'm not going to feel too pressured to get exactly there. If I combust Flame Barrier, I take exactly 6. Probably win next turn. That's probably the best idea. That'll kill all the gray slimes. It'll be a little bit below ideal health, but that's a fine place to be. Commence the toastening. Get him. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why Combust is the good stuff. A Feel No Pain is offered. I don't feel like we have enough exhaust to take a Feel No... Well... We just want the Feel No Pain, yeah? bit worried that's too many powers. Makes True Grit block for more, makes Ascender's Bane block for a bit, makes various statuses block. Almost Strike seems the more sensible pick. Will we have True Grit Plus for Hexaghost? I don't think so. I think we're going to be upgrading Bash or maybe Sword Boomerang. Yeah, that's a real answer. I'll probably regret not taking the Feel No Pain later, as it will invariably combo with any block strategy that we try to employ. It does make us a little slow in the short term, but I think we could afford to be a little slow in the short term. Alright, I'll grab that. That way I can, like, take a corruption or something. And I think Bash is going to be the upgrade. Make that full and worth it. Since we have not seen a shockwave or anything. The Blunkening. Smell that stinky ventilator. Okay. That's certainly a hand. Hello. Almost want to let this burn hit me. Not going to. Like to not be forced to use the blood potion. Let's see. It seems very likely that I will be. Based on this draw. Oh. We get there? Nice. GG. Lucked out. Didn't have to use our blood potion. Get a duplication potion, which can cause the card to be played 2 times, and I was desperately hoping to see an offering. It's actually everything that we want. It is card draw and energy acceleration to get our powers in play quicker, but it's also a self-damage card, so it will activate the ruptures to give us strength, and it gives block with the Feel No Pain. It's good before the powers are in play, and it's good after the powers are in play. That's grand. That's grand. Other option is add even more powers to the deck. I think that would be a bad idea. Not so good. Yes, Frogan. Generally speaking, saving resources over health going into your next act is more helpful. You heal based on the missing health that you have when going into the next act. Specifically, you heal for 75% of your missing health. What that means ultimately is that any hit points you save during the current act are only worth 1/4 of their current value going into the next act. A regen potion heals for 15 normally. So you'd only get to keep 3 or 4 of that going into the next act, essentially. Which means that if you drink the regen potion after the act transition, you should be up 11 hit points compared to drinking it before. Oh wait, we actually get the corn chip? Oh my god. That's another reason not to drink the potion, by the way, is because you might be offered Sacred Bark to double the strength of your potions. I didn't even process that Sacred Bark was here for a second. I was looking at the Runic Cube and trying to think. Runic Cube draws us a card whenever we take damage, which in a double Rupture build is something you really want to see. Unfortunately, it does not work the way you'd want it to with Combust. Combust with Runic Cube causes you to draw a card at the end of your turn and immediately discard it, which can potentially be disastrous, especially with an ethereal card like an Apparition. You'll draw the Apparition and it immediately exhausts. So that's a thing. Which realistically means we get +1 draw on Offering and 1 card draw when we play Hemokinesis, and that's it. Coffee Dripper is here for more energy, giving us an energy every turn, but we can no longer rest, and this deck is doing self-damage things. Which is a little scary. Meanwhile, we have an immense amount of just raw hit points represented by the Sacred Bark right now. Blood Potion becomes 40% of our max hit points instead of 20%, and the Regen Potion becomes 10 regen, which is more than twice as much healing as a regular regen potion. We're also getting 1 potion per combat. I really like this Sacred Bark to go with our White Beast Statue potion belt that we already have. We're only Toy Ornithopter away from the full potion combo, right? Let's take it. Okay, with all this money, I think an early store is a good idea. Looks like we can definitely fix our upgrade deficit if we want to here. Or we can do some amount of elite fighting. I think that's going to depend on what we see at the store. With White Beast Statue... Oh, we'll also get a 15 hit point heal at the shop thanks to meal tickets, so more reason to go to the store. I think generally speaking, we're going to prefer to take combats right now. Combats are great value because we're getting potions. And because of Ceramic Fish. And... yeah. Okay, this is going to be a long-ish fight, and we're going to take a lot of damage, so I think I'm just going to preemptively use the regen potion right now. Yeah. Gonna go ahead and do that. I've got a feeling. Is Hemo to try to leave this fight more quickly? Does give me 2 strength currently. Yeah. And then the avocado heals from us. Just back and forth. Everybody heals off everybody. So probably a kill next turn. We can stall next turn. Won't be frail anymore. Currently we are healing more than we're taking damage from the thingy, but looks like it's time to leave now. We got most of the regeneration. Oh, I should have mathed. That's alright. Got most of the regen from that potion. I'm pretty happy with that. Right. I'll add a Dark Embrace, because I'm a sucker for Dark Embrace. That's just the way it is. Though it doesn't necessarily help me that much right now. Give me your gold. Now, this is definitely a fight where being a little bit slow is quite painful. But with Red Skull here, we're no longer slow. Don't you see? We'll be blocking next turn. Let's just go Rupture, Strike Trigger. I don't think we can take a Flex Plus. I do like another True Grit now that we have Dark Embrace. These unupgraded True Grits are going to be a little difficult to use, but we'll figure it out. Alright, what potion am I going to seek to use in this combat? Probably the Blood Potion at the end of it. Home Potion could be reasonable, too. Probably going to want that Fear Potion for the upcoming Elite, though. How's it going? I use forks for soup. What a name, what a player. Okay, we'll definitely play the bash. Does mean taking a little bit of damage. All enemies start with Barricade? It feels like it wouldn't matter that often. Right? Prize in Donu and Deca. Okay, this could be a reasonable upgrade turn. I need a bit more of an oomph here. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely glad I didn't take the Toffee Dripper. Put it that way. Don't think I can take a third unupgraded True Grit. The Blood for Blood seems hilarious, though. Again, unupgraded, though. Really need cards that are not unupgraded. Alright, heal me. Back to just below half. Membership card is grand, giving us a 50% discount on all products, and yes, that is a toy ornithopter. Now healing us for 5 every time we use a potion. Heck yes. Second Wind sounds like a great way to make these powers do something for me. In some fights. We can get a card removal, and I What about Discovery, actually? Do some math. 39 plus 53 plus 38. 130. Yes, we can afford to Second Wind, Discovery, and card remove. Because of Ceramic Fish, which is now a really good relic thanks to the membership card. So yes, let's grab both of these Exhaust Synergy cards. And then remove one useless Stinky card. There's gotta be Strike. Oh hey, I have just the potion for you. You stinky plant. Look. I guess I will... I'll put the Feel No Pain in play. I guessed wrong. Please don't make me have to play Offering to do that. Alright, we're good. Exhaust and draw. Alright, I think we're getting somewhere. Doesn't feel like I'm going to be going headlong into an elite fight immediately, though. Yeah? Maybe an upgrade first? Of some kind, getting the Dark Embrace upgraded, because it's an energy upgrade, or something. We need to spark some life here. With this Blood Potion and the Toy Ornithopter, I mean, we have 20 hit points plus 40% of our max HP represented in this potion belt, so we're fine on hit points right now. Combust could be helpful for the Slavers as an upgrade, so could Cleave. B. I like the Offering upgrade just for mass card draw. Really would be nice to be able to play Dark Embrace, huh? And what's the plan? Do I go 3 upgrades? Like this elite? That's certainly an option. Or do I go like, fight this elite, and then into the store? Going to another store I think is a good idea. We can remove another card, we'll get a 15 hit point heal, and with our membership card, we'll be able to afford stuff there, as long as we fight one elite. So I think upgrade, fight an elite is the play here. Tough choice. Yeah, there's a lot of rest sites intermingled and everything. Wonder what this event will be. Maybe it was fight the elite first, and then... No, surely not. Foolish. Alright, I'm gonna upgrade this Dark Embrace, because I don't feel like I'm gonna get it upgraded otherwise. It was a combat the whole time! I see. Very well. You need to die next turn, I think, right? Oh. Hype. Rupture? Question mark? Odds that I kill next turn are very low, so maybe it has to be Feel No Pain, actually. Yeah. I'll block with Colorless Potion, maybe. Depending on what we draw, but this looks good. Alright, Discovery, this is your first chance to prove yourself. I like you. You did a good job. Plus 3 strength and 3 block, or like a ton of block. Instead of he having a ton of block anyway. We'll play the Offering. And I can probably drink the Blood Potion at the end. Rude. This is the one card I actually didn't want to exhaust there. I took 1 damage because of that. Rude. How much does this heal for? It'll put me above, above Red Skull, right? Yeah, it's got to. Because 40% is basically most of 50%. Plus 5. Yeah, I'd have to be at... It would... This will put me above Red Skull value unless I have 1 hit point. That almost makes me want to use one of the other potions. Unless... Actually, no. Hold on. Different idea. Ooh, more card draw. More card draw! Okay, it is the slavers. So far we are down some strength compared to what we'd be at otherwise. But it looks like I'm about to get that back. Let's see what Discovery can create for me today. 3 Flame Barriers, pretty hype. Heavy Blade would have been spicy. If we had Red Skull active, this would have killed the Backslaver. So, note it to self. My strategies have had consequences. That's okay. So I'm going to take 18 here. Puts me at 34. That's good. Okay. But I'll go to 39 if I use the Fear Pot, right? Fluffy Mittens, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub and those very generous 16 months of dollary dues. And love. So I could play Rupture Combust here. I think what I'm just going to do is Dark Embrace Second Wind, though. Try to draw towards our offering. I see. Bashimo would kill. We take a almost fatal amount of damage from that, though. I'm thinking something like Duplication Potion Cleave. Though that actually won't do that much damage, now that we're weakened. Tricky, tricky. So I kind of need to gamble all of these if I want to have a reasonable chance of drawing the offering. Only 6 cards in hand. It's 8 in the draw pile. And I'm not exactly thrilled if I have to Battle Trance into the offering, right? I think I'm going to gamble all of these. We'll see where we end up. Yeah, we could have Colorless Potion first, and perhaps we should have, because we did whiff on the offering there. So that's a bit awkward. But I think we just read the Battle Trance and then play the offering. Sad as it is to say. And hopefully that kills the back one, right? Let's see, what if I... Double flame barrier is an interesting idea. Really want to kill the red slaver. Alright, I am gonna battle trance here. That's a good pull. So currently only 6. Offering puts us below half, but not if... Not if I use a potion, right? That put us to 44, minus 6 is 38. What I can do is dupe-pot the Offering, and then some other card, right? We get 2 cards duped with Duplication Potion. I think this is the other one. Good. Compile's a little questionable. We're still vulnerable. Oh god. Well, 37 is below half. Probably time for another potion then. Your potion doesn't do a lot for us. So I think now let's Colorless Potion. Perfect. Panic Entrance enough. 6, no. Violence could be, though. Let's try to get 2 of them. Did forget that. Looks like we're good. Flood my deck with cards, will you? Well, I'll just make more cards. Let's see how you like that. Now we can draw extra cards on turn 1. We're offered a Reaper, but honestly, I don't know about that. That seems like one too many win more cards. That worked out ultimately not too bad. We did spend 1 more potion than I would have liked, but it was Slavers, so whatever. Reaper is amazing sustain if we, you know, once we're already set up. Once every card has been played, Reaper becomes a good card. Maybe that is something we want, so that we can just take heinous amounts of damage and then heal it all back. Alright. Oh, speaking of healing, Pantograph heals us 25 at the sort of boss fights. I will take that, because we're in some kind of need for sustain. And let's get the other Rupture upgraded, now that we have a deep desire for tons of strength. Alright, enough money to buy a relic here. Also another heal. We're offered Frozen Eye, which I think is genuinely pretty good in a situation like this. Allowing us to see the draw pile in order, letting us know exactly what we're going to draw into Actually, yeah, that sounds really good. And we can buy a disarm to go with. This is great heart insurance. Good Book of Stabbing insurance, too. Combos with our Dark Embrace and our Feel No Pain. Now, I hear you thinking, wait a second, Baylor. 19 plus 85 is more than 99, but to that I say, Ceramic Fish will give us 9 gold back, and we can in fact buy both the Disarm and the Frozen Eye. Not exactly good potions here, although we're fighting... No, we're not fighting Collector. Okay, if I were fighting Collector, I might buy this Ancient Potion. It is an immediate Book of Stabbing. Let's see, next up, Reaper, Battle Trance, Burning Pact, and some other stuff. How do we want to open this combat? That's our plan, man. We're gonna need to gain some strength. That's the plan. I gamble everything except Feel No Pain. What does my turn look like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Battle Trance. Play Feel No Pain. Play Rupture. Play Second Wind. We draw just up to Dark Embrace, then we go Dark Embrace, Disarm with Ascender's Bane. That actually sounds pretty good. Thank you, Frozen Eye. So yes, discard 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Draw 1, 2, 3. That draws me Combust. And then next turn I draw the Offering, okay. So do I actually play Combust? That is the question. Or I'm taking 6 more? Let's not play the Combust. And Trummeray, or sorry, Targaryen Tantrum. Did you hear about the Ironclad that was ranting about the end of the world? He said everybody was going to be taken by the Rupture. Alright, there we go. Bash, Chemo, Gain 4 Strength, Angry Mode. Pretty decent heal. Let me kill next turn reasonably? Yeah. Because at most I can only draw 4. I actually want to draw that hand next turn to kill. Love this Frozen Eye. This does kill, right? Okay, yeah, that was kind of close, though. It's here! Yes! We have energy now. Mummified Hand with our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 powers. Oh my goodness. And another Blood Potion. And we have Corruption, Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain, Mummified Hand, Bag of Prep, Frozen Eye. Let's go. And then we draw hands like this, because our deck is too big. Oh dear. Yeah, our next hand is 3 more strikes. Oh no. Oh no. Well, the good news is Reaper is on the bottom, question mark? Hmm. I see. This could hurt quite a bit. Okay, that's somewhat merciful. Zero energy. Trying to figure out if I should play this Battle Trance or not. I guess what I'll do is play Rupture and... yeah, if we hit it, I'll play it. Perfect. That was the perfect outcome. Fine. Now we're in business. This deck is sweet. So I draw first. So I'll block this turn anyway. Yeah, this way Feel No Pain makes the Reaper free. We'll just take that. Question mark? Bash. Sweet. Sentinel's gonna be pretty reasonable with everything. A card that gives us bonus energy if we exhaust it. Hey there, Prankster. Would I take Runic Pyramid in this deck? Definitely. Definitely. Being able to retain Reaper, being able to retain the Second Wind or the Corruption can all be very, very valuable to me. Yeah, deck really needs an Apotheosis bottled and a bottled Corruption. That's what would really take us into Silly Land. Bottled Corruption plus bottled Apotheosis. Alright, with double Ruptures in my opening hand, I'll take this Hemokinesis, actually. That's 4 strength. Good. Get the other Hemo. We did! Okay, well then I'm gonna play that. This gives me 4 more strength. Means Reaper heals for 8 more. This. That was maybe worth a potion. God, I love Dark Embrace. So good, man. Card draw. Yes, I'll take card draw. Pommel Strike Plus draws more than 1 card, and therefore it is card draw. Going to go ahead and upgrade the Corruption. It's relatively difficult to make the Mummy hand actually hit the Corruption, so we need to be able to afford it in the first place. Wow, what an opening hand. And we get Feel No Pain on the draw, too. Corruption is pretty far down, but with Dark Embrace in the opening hand, it's not going to feel like it's that far down. I'm gonna Battle Trance and we'll just see how many of these powers we end up getting in play. Dark Embrace, yes. Yes. Rupture. Rupture. Oh, we just play literally every card, I understand. Well, that's pretty good. You can stay. Alright, 4 strength per turn. Alright, Discovery, what do you got? Bloodletting, I'm in. Give me 4 strength. We're stealing the rare cards from the draw pile. Means one of them is going to take Corruption, the other is going to take Offering. I have no idea which one's which, so we just gotta hit them both. Alright, maximum power achieved. Let the destroying resume. Let's do it this order. This deck is so strong. I want to win this turn. Wow. Just wow. So we have basically all the other pieces of the ridiculous combo. I think it's time to add the Barricade now. I like Barricade in particular with Dark Embrace plus Corruption, because with those two powers in play, you can play pretty much every block card in your deck on the same turn. And that means you would like to be able to retain that block for more turns. Take that. And with Barricade, Speed Potion feels pretty good. We'll keep that over the Fear Potion, I guess. Alright, there's the Runic Pyramid. If we wanted it. 3 extremely good options. Actually. Option 1. Black Star makes elites drop more relics. Option 2. Cursed Key gives us more energy per turn, but we do have to take at least 1 curse when we open the mid-act chest. Or option 3. The Runic Pyramid, allowing us to retain our hand from turn to turn. I love Runic Pyramid with Bag of Prep. I think Pyramid is going to do a pretty good job here. Although I wonder if we'll get clogged with strikes sometimes. That's right, we are forced to go to the Burning Elite because we have none of our keys yet, so that really disincentivizes the Black Star. All the more reason, I think, to take a Runic Pyramid. We'll be somewhat limited on energy, but trust me when I say that Corruption ain't gonna care about how much base energy per turn we have. To go here. It's actually a pretty good path. Good. Okay, we didn't get hosed too badly by delaying our Burning Elite. Darklings is definitely going to be a good test of our deck's abilities. Can we can we survive here? I think with double Rupture Combust on turn 1, we're just going to be completely fine. Easy. Just don't exhaust your feel no pain, forehead. And sure, we might take a lot of damage at the start of certain combats. But that's just part of the charm. Or something. You have only made me stronger. Easy. Infernal Blade Plus is kind of tempting as a zero-cost attack that also activates our exhaust synergies. Hey, Mizuza, the streak does indeed continue. And Ironclad is looking, well, promising. Promising is how I'll describe him. Grab that. Grab potions. 188 gold with membership card. Much too much to lose to the Tomb of Lord Redmask, unfortunately. Just to discover... Oh. I understand. That's convenient. Actually, let's do this. Neither of the ruptures made it into play here. So I'll just, like, take what I can get from the Reaper. Which is full heal, so good. Trendy Kendi, thank you so much for the 18 months of support. Ooh, Pummel Plus. Yeah. Also love the Distilled Chaos. Plays the top 6 cards of the draw pile, and we know exactly which 6 cards. Thanks to Frozen Eye. Pretty spicy. And I really don't want to be made vulnerable here. Can you not do that? I asked for that. Yeah, I asked for that. Alright, well, this fight's gonna be stinky anyways, so let's just play the top 6, shall we? The Reaper. That is truly sad. Oh wait, I can exhume it? Well then, never mind. Alright, return the Reaper. Good stuff. God, I love that. But I don't want to be Diva. Second wind is just around the corner. that sounds better. Man. Really wanted to play Barricade. Still in full healing range, for the most part. I'm okay with not exhuming Reaper as long as I get in the fight soon. Cool. Another Disarm or a Ghostly Armor Plus. Havoc Plus is actually... Wait, Havoc Plus with Frozen Eye? Hold the hecking phone. This just plays the top card of the deck for free, whatever it is. And we can know when it's Corruption or Barricade. We can know when it's something that, like, Bash. Wow, wow. Yes, actually. Such exciting news. The command add a quote to the quote database, exclamation point, quote, add, and then stuff. Whatever I said. The words. Use the words, Anakin. We have Corruption, Dark Embrace. Okay, so we're already doing the thing. Offering here. Just do everything on one turn. Good stuff. You have Corruption. You can never have too many Shrug-It-Offs. Not holding any phones at all. Yeah, well, that's why I had told somebody else to hold it for me. I can't hold the phone all the time. Let's grab a Shrug. Silver Soul Plus is kind of interesting, too. By the way, the Swift Potion is draw 6 cards. Skill Potion... Actually, you know what? With Corruption, I'm going to take the Skill Potion here. 2 copies of a skill could be 2 limit breaks. Just as a hypothetical example. Alright, who's our Burning Elite? It is... Strength Giant Head. Not exactly the nastiest combo in the world. Dang it, let me hand. You are the chosen one. There we go. Looks like I'm not going to need offering today. Or combust? I feel like I need one of those things, surely. Okay, so I'll play the combust. What will True Grit hit? I think I'm just gonna True Grit, second win the True Grit rather. That sounds more viable here. Less pain than before. Damage. So the slow stacking causing more and more damage each turn. Oh, you're still counting? Oh. I stopped a while ago, dude. Right. Well, Mori is probably not going to block anything with our current well, actually, hold on. Maybe. Yes, to a Shockwave. Shockwave combos with our Corruption, with our Feel No Pain, applies very valuable debuffs to myself. Dex Pot's better than Speed Pot. Actually, no, the Speed Pot's better, because I can play all the block cards on the same turn with Barricade. And maybe I can keep the Dex, too. Upgrades that feel good. Go for more energy. Maybe targeting these True Grits is actually kind of, like, really important now. Do that. The blue key over the Orichalcum. Orichalcum's not terrible here, but definitely not invaluable or anything. And I think I'm going to go 2 elites, 2 question marks. It's reasonable to go to an additional store here. We'd be able to remove 2 strikes, which is actually kind of insane, right? Maybe I should take the additional store. With this much cash. Alright. I'm in it to win it. Turn this strike into... a Sever Soul, for some reason. A flex. Alright, I'll take it. Aha. Artifact. Good morning, Nerf Nitro. Okay, very important things. 1, remove a strike. I think a second Feel No Pain is very good. A Clockwork Souvenir is definitely very good, giving us 1 artifact on turn 1. That works with the Flex Potion or the Speed Potion. There's another Feel No Pain here, which I quite like. And if I take another Feel No Pain, what about a Purity? Letting us exhaust any number of cards in hand, potentially for block. Although the more cards we add, the more likely it is that Dark Embrace is towards the bottom of the deck. Not gonna add an Art of War to this. Dark Embrace Corruption very quickly here. No, I'll have the turret. First it. Okay. Actually, wait, what's the play? Draw one, Havoc draws another. I think I need to skill potion here. Perfect. Second wind is also quite good here. Yeah, Havoc can play Reaper, but I don't really want to do that right now. I've got business plans. Yeah, let's just get the draw. Maybe should have flexed. I'm cool with this. Okay, and then the goal is to play Barricade this turn. Doesn't seem like it should be too hard. Four more draws. Yeah, play the Barricade, aka the entire deck. That's right. That's the goal. You make deck free. Okay. Barricade played. Entire deck played. Try collecting another wound or two. Or whatever. Trench? Kind of a win more card. Take it anyway. French doubles our blunk. Oh, Dark Embrace and Barricade both really far down. How is that going to treat us in this fight then? I remember if this blocks Frail or Vuln. Oh, I've got an Ancient Potion for even more blocking. Good. It is the weak, rather, that gets blocked. Foolish. we get corruption pretty early, at least. Pardon, my hand is now free. Let's see. That'll get a Dark Embrace in hand. And from there, the world. Deck really wants a body slam now. Wild Strike. Oh, that was every card I have. I see. Well, then I will become Angry Clad. You will know true pain. Angry. Does Angry Clad add another Flex Potion to just, like, destroy the elites? I think so. Blood Potion, though? Hold on. The Frozen Iron Pyramid and Corruption is Deep Breath good here? I think so, yeah, it would let me reshuffle the draw pile if I saw that Dark Embrace was on the bottom or something. Especially given how large the draw pile is. Yeah. Bonus Merchant with... Oh! Backup Dark Embrace. Well, that'll solve my problems pretty well. Just have two. Second Offering also extremely useful. Toolbox is here to let us draw a colorless card on turn 1. Or just a straight up Secret Technique to fetch any skill from the draw pile. Can't afford that, but I can't afford the toolbox. We could also go for just one removal. I won't be able to afford two. Definitely removing strikes helps this deck a lot. But heck, I love toolbox. Get in there, toolbox. Okay, Awaken One's gonna be an interesting fight with so many powers in the deck. Oh, I could afford it if I can get all three. Look at that. Okay, so this turn 1 is not a problem, right? Oh, that's interesting. I think I'll be fine now, because Barricade's here. And I have a Disarm. I think I'm not going to play this Corruption, probably. At least not initially. Cross barricade. Excuse me there. Barricade first might have actually been the right upgrade there. My hope is that we can still sometimes play the barricade for free, but it's definitely not a guarantee of any kind. Alright, realistically I need to either play this corruption. Ooh. Or I need to, like, Dex Potion. Dex Potion would solve most of my woes for the short term. This is going to be by far the hardest fight for a while. I think I am going to use one of my potions here. Let's use this one. That should make life nice and easy. Play 3 cards here. Yes. And then I won't need to just play the barricade. So there, we got the barricade down for free, thankfully. You have headbutt. Headbutt for now. Greatest entrench ever. Is not time. Besides, don't I need this combust? I feel like I need this combust. Okay, Dark Embrace is in play. Next turn, you kind of gotta die. Can't tolerate this. Only gonna play one of these Dark Embraces. Basically all of our block for the rest of the fight then. Angry Clad. Angry Clad gets enough money to remove a card. That's a shot. GG. Okay, that cost us some health and one of our very, very, very valuable potions, but I think was necessary to deal with the incredible threat that is the Awakened One with a relatively subpar draw order too. Next up, Time Eater shouldn't be a problem, especially not with a Dark Shackles in my hand, Barricade and Dark Embrace relatively early, and Entrench at the bottom. Alright, well if you insist. Every time we play 12 cards, Time Eater does forcibly end our turn, so that is something to be mindful of. He doped both Dark Embraces. How far do I go here? Strike. More feeling, no pain. Yes. Wood. Only one card? Whoops. Not ideal. Not that we're going to be at any risk here, right? Foolish, foolish. GG. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all of these absurd powers? You ready your stick? Bonk the heart for a big load of damage. Got full HP going into the act, which means we can upgrade a card here. We will get that barricade upgraded for the energy discount. I think that's probably our best option, since we're so low on energy normally. Brimstone is here, okay. Well, Gambler's Brew is insanely good. This has got to be better than a card remove, letting us discard any number of cards and draw that many. If the if the Dark Embrace is on the bottom of the deck, this, more than anything else, can save us, drawing a full 10 cards with Runic Pyramid. That's got to be the best. Alright, I think we're in excellent shape for these final 2 combats here. Let's see. Ooh, Dark Embraces are pretty far down. 20 plus cards to see Dark Embrace here. That might not stop me, though. I get both Feel No Pains and Corruption early on, plus second wind for the burns. I think we'll be fine. The opening draw is up through Feel No Pain. We'll go Feel No Pain, Burning Pact, Cleave or some such, into Corruption. Hopefully get to... yeah. Guess I'll take the zero cost exhaust. Actually, wait, power? Take the power. I can also Burning Pact Sentinel, and then I always have power to play, energy to play Corruption. It's gotta be worth it. Take a little bit. We do heal from Pantograph. I'd like to keep the Sadistic Nature as a second wind fodder maybe next turn. And then next turn we have Offering. That gets this barricade in play. Ruptures are not in play yet? No, they are not. Should have played Bash first, that's alright. Are they taking 2? I can play Sword Boomerang when I don't know it's going to hit the right target. This is good. This one anger is really popping off as we exhaust the deck down. I'm really glad we took it in Act 1. Sweet. Bag of Marbles is vulnerable on turn 1. I don't think that'll matter much. We want a second wind. Maybe? I think the Purity has us covered. Could be great. Do I want a skill potion over any of these potions? I don't think so. I think 10 strength is going to be glorious right off the bat here. Go third wind. Hell yeah, Dark Shackles, although Discovery's not bad either. This is guaranteed. Don't take damage from a multi-attack. Dark Embrace, Barricade, Entrench, Feel No Pain on turn 1, Corruption just below. That's going to be a good game, I think. Ooh. So correct order here is No Pain, then Dark Embrace, Barricade. Shockwave. Now do these to heal back up. Quick run. We got Feel No Pain 3 down. That one's far away. Understood. I draw 2. Anything else I want to destroy? I'll get rid of Strike Wound next turn with it. Rupture... Oh, got one in hand? Okay. Not that. There. Okay, now would be a good turn to play our Entrench. Try to havoc that Feel No Pain. Here. I'll take the double tap. Question mark. Hey, Byronium. Don't want to play Disarm now. The Heart's about to remove Strength down. that's all the block we get. I think that's all we're gonna need. Yeah, we have 26 strength now, so... GG. Mr. Hart. GG, everybody, what a wild run. Potion-clad saves the day to make 8 in a row at 820 here. GG. GG, everybody. And that's right, with only 3 base energy, too. Our boss relics being Runic Pyramid and Sacred Bark. Kind of an unusual combination, but Mummy Hand and Corruption playing so much of a role there in completely ignoring the energy game. Gotta love the Double Dark Embrace, but this was really built on the 2 Ruptures as our primary damage mechanism. We had, a few strength scaling, a few attacks that scaled with strength, like the Sword Boomerang and the Pummel, but we were very much reliant on the Rupture with the Offerings and that one Combust to actually do damage. There was no Body Slam here, or anything like that. And sure, take all of the, take out both Ruptures, take out the Combust, take out all of the attack cards and add 1 Body Slam. It's a much better deck, but you can't always build the perfect deck, and kind of combining 2 halves, 1 exhaust synergy half to create a block engine, and 1 self-damage synergy half to create a damage engine. Put them together, we get damage and block enough to win the game. GG, that was a really cool run. Love to see it. Next up, Silent for number 9 is going to be the case. But before we jump on into another run, I am going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, we'll go for number 9. Be right back, everyone. Alright everyone, we're back. Thank you so much for your patience while I was away there. So excited to start a silent run for 9 in a row here, potentially, on the Ascension 20 against the Heart. What will Our Lady in Green find happens today? Ooh, a couple interesting pathings here. We could go for as many as 4 elites in one act, although I think that's a tall order, especially for Silent. Starting options include choose a card, choose a rare card, common relic, or boss relic. And most of our starting options lead us into a shop, although it's not necessarily required. This is 9 in a row rotating, that's right. We do currently have a silent streak of 5 or so. We can look at the run history after this run and see what we have or I don't have anymore. I think I'm leaning towards Common Relic most. I really like Common Relic starts, especially as so many of them affect your turn 1, like the Lantern, the Bag of Marbles, the Bag of Preparation, the Ancient Tea Set, so on and so forth. Choosing a card could make our early combats a lot easier. Let's grab the Common Relic, though. We get a Whetstone upgrading 2 strikes, and honestly, that's very hype. Genuinely. Silent's starting deck does kind of pitiful damage output, and 2 strikes significantly improves that. To the point that we might just be able to do something like a Burning Elite route here. I don't know if that's a good enough start to go for 4 elites. That seems ambitious. But I could see starting here and going this way now. Maybe we do want to go to that early store and try to remove a strike, but realistically I won't actually get that done. Upgrade a strike is not a bad start. Truthfully, in terms of what it gives for you in Act 1, I'd say Upgrade Strike is highly competitive. The problem with Upgrade Strike is that it tends to fall behind in later acts because of the Ancient Writing event and because of Pandora's Box and Astrolabe. Mostly Pandora's Box. I don't feel like we're geared up for this. I would have had to get maybe Preserved Insect to feel comfortable with this. Let's start here. 8 base damage. Bring you to 4, so a single strike will kill next turn. Pop your block as well. Flawless first combat. Piercing Whale, Slice, Acrobatics. Genuinely tempting Piercing Whale, which we can get away with a little bit more so than usual thanks to Whetstone. I think Slice is also an excellent first card to the Silence deck. Adding some more damage at 0 cost, and further augmenting our upgraded strikes. Tough pick here. Tend to think that Piercing Whale is the higher quality card, something I'm extremely happy to have in Act 2 and Act 3. But if I'm taking an aggressive Act 1, I want to get the Slice now. I think I'd better take the damage card when I'm offered it. Good on turn 1 as well, like so. Look at that. Slice plus Strike plus kills that stinky 14 hit point green slime, no problem here. Getting pretty close to an average of 3 additional damage per turn from Whetstone, since we're drawing 1 upgraded strike, per turn, generally. Blessing of the Forge makes our upgraded strikes worse. Do we blind pick a Bane again? I don't think so. I think here's where I'll take the block card. We'll pick up a Blur. It's a defend that lets us retain extra block onto the next turn. And that can be a little helpful here and there. For example, here it lets us keep one block till next turn, which might matter. Are we hiccuping? Looks like we're okay bit rate-wise. A little bit of a fluctuation, though. Where's Spire Infobot? Alas. Grand finale, huh? I don't think we're in a position to use Grand Finale. Take a Blade Dance, or we can now take a Piercing Wail. A little bit low on damage if I just take a Piercing Wail. It's a little defensive. Blade Dance isn't exactly great against Gremlin Nub. I don't trust this Blade Dance. Trade 6 max HP to get the golden item. As is tradition. Go for Thief first or Slime first here. We do 18, 24, 27 damage this turn. I go for the Slime first, I may not be able to kill the Thief in time. The Slime, however, is definitely attacking me next turn. And I'll be frail and drawing like a bunch of crappy blocks. Alright. Go for the Slime first. Oop, that should have gone on the Thief, though. Yeah, that definitely should have gone on the Thief. Okay. We do get the extra attack turn out of Thief, which might mean we get to kill them regardless. No. Right, got 37. No. Okay, so we do lose quite a bit of cash there, as well as some hit points, but we do get a colorless potion, and I think I'd better take the poison card here to give us damage over time sufficient for Lagavulin or Gremlin Nob. Nob definitely a potential issue here, though. We'll get the poison upgraded too. Okay, really hoping this is not a Nob. But, however, we are already equipped to defeat our Act Boss, so that's kind of good. Alright, who is it? Sentries, good. Not good is that we did not draw either Neutralize or Piercing Wail on turn 1, so we can't use the Deadly Poison to any effect. I'm gonna go ahead and use my Colorless Potion here. This could be a bomb. I guess it's a Mind Blast? Interesting. 10 damage. Interesting. If I were to use both potions here, I would probably still play Strike, Strike Blur, take 2. And we really whiffed on this colorless potion, that hurts. What are my options? I suspect don't fight the Burning Elite is the option I'm going to pick. I guess we can go around this way. Better potions back or something. That way. It's simply imperative that we kill one immediately. You have less health, so we'll kill you next. Trying to optimize damage by putting the poison on the higher health one. Looks like that worked out. Okay, not a bad sentries fight at least, even though we did have to use both potions. I'll take it. I'll take that. Oh wow, we get bronze scales and a fire potion as well as a damage card. Wow, actually, I think we're back on track to fight the Burning Elite. That was a high roll in terms of our rewards. I particularly like this Sucker Punch. It's more artifact removal as well as more weak up time while being just a little bit of damage. And that can contribute to our bronze scales doing some damage. Ungalis, did you hear that the Silent is no longer invited to Spire parties? Last time she ended up spiking the Sucker Punch. Let's grab that. So again, two options. Option 1, upgrade here, fight this Elite. Option 2, progress to Burning Elite. Attempt to take on Burning Elite. It's gonna be a narrow... Like, max HP Knob could still be, like, super scary. And then we maybe get to fight another Elite afterwards. I'm in. Okay. Poison is by far the most efficient damage. We'll take 2 here. The bronze scales chip away. Another damage potion. Luck be praised. And a footwork to go with our blur against the Guardian? Are you kidding me? Wow. This will also shut down Lagavulin completely. The luck. Alright, to the Burning Elite then. Easy peasy. Give me a good relic too. That's not what I had in mind. But I will take Mob Bank, given that there's no shops in sight this act. This should add up to a lot of gold at the start of Act 2. It's a Lagavulin with regen, not a bad roll at all. Better than max HP, better than Metallicize. Okay, that's a good enough draw. We'll start now. Perfect. Use this now. This instead is grand. That way we get an extra attack in the deck, which may be helpful. That require my fire potion. Oof. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say Fire Potion for 15 health sounds great. Toxic Egg. And a well-laid plans. Alright, real talk. Yeah, this has been an excellent Act 1 so far. So, here's my line of thinking. With Toxic Egg and Ma Bank and Golden Idol, we have all these delayed value that we found so far. We're pretty powerful, but we are fairly skill-heavy, and our next elite has a 50% chance of being another Gremlin Nob with no damage potions this time. I think that means that we do not want to fight this elite anymore, because the risk of ruination at Gremlin Nob is pretty significant. Whereas if we just go to the Guardian, we're going to beat Guardian easily with this deck, with Bronze Scales, with Footwork, with block cards. We're going to be able to grab a couple of upgraded skills maybe from some combats, so I think we go Combat Fire, Combat Event Fire. And a well-laid plans just ties the whole thing together. I won't upgrade it because I would take a Pyramid. It's not a bad Prepared Plus either, for the record. I believe, Ungalus, in the absence of Burning Elites, that the game will simply place regular Elites, but that's a really good question. I don't know. Let's grab a well-laid plans. Not something I'll be upgrading immediately, though, again, to reiterate. This blocks 5, so it's the same. Play it. Does create a split on this turn. Not the greatest split in the world, though. Bit of full block with Piercing Wail, but I suspect on this turn I might need it more. Oh, maybe I should have. So glad we're not fighting Slime Boss. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and click on the Catalyst Plus. I think that's a good idea. And then we take 1 or 2 more poison cards, upgraded. Corpse Explosion, Crippling Cloud, Deadly Poison, Bouncing Flask. Any of the above would be grand. Read the Footwork first. I might end up resting before Guardian if we have less than 30-odd hit points. We don't get a potion for insurance or something. Or in case this happens. Let's watch that one. Oh, mistakes were made. Actually, wait, no, this is a full block because I upgraded. No, we're 1 short. Yeah, mistakes were made. I use mouse and keyboard. Mouse and keyboard, Clanamaniacs. Calculated Gamble Plus. Definitely. Lets us discard the hand, then draw that many cards. Looks like I am going to be resting before Guardian. Oh, definitely. Cool. Food. Even remove a strike. So, with no potions, there is definitely a reasonable odds that we beat this Guardian fight, no problem. However, you have to do a certain amount of damage to Guardian in the first 2 turns, or you'll get hit for 36 damage on that turn 2. You have to do 40 damage to Guardian, and they block for 9 on the second turn, so usually 49 damage over 2 turns. That is extremely difficult for this deck to do. So I'm going to sleep to improve our odds of survival in the event that we fail to get the turn 2 transform, which looks like we totally did. Yeah, this is why we rested. For exactly this reason. We do survive, that's the good news. We just play Neutralize, Defend, Well-Laid Plans, Deadly Poison, keep the Calculated Gamble. We take 22 damage, going down to 14, and 14 should be enough to win from here. With the Well-Laid Plans in play. Spooky, though. Very spooky. Praise be to Blur. By 2. Played the Neutralize if I wasn't going to do that. So let's go Catalyst for 30 poison, and then play the Piercing Whale here. GG. Yes, we needed that heal. The heal was for 18, and we're at 14 now, so we would have most certainly died without it. Alright, no skills being offered here, no adrenalines or any of that. But I will note that our deck's weakness is currently its front load, its ability to do damage on turn 1 and turn 2, and its ability to deal with multi-enemy fights. We don't have any AoE damage other than the bronze scales. And a Die helps patch that weakness quite significantly, doing damage to all enemies. I'll take it. Is it going to be another Runic Pyramid today? No, we get Calling Bell, Empty Cage, Astrolabe. Oh, interesting. Calling Bell is a unique, unremovable curse and 3 relics, 1 common, 1 uncommon, 1 rare. Shame no Pandora's box. I tend to think that Astrolabe is better than Empty Cage most of the time. Empty Cage is 2 outright removals, whereas Astrolabe gets rid of 3 stinky starter cards. And I would be pretty happy with Transform, Strike, Strike, Defend. We have the extra block with the blur here. Yes, Matt Hugh, there are seeds where you can start with Sadistic Nature. You'll just need a rare colorless card. as the starting boon, and then some percentage of the time that'll offer you a sadistic nature. I've had a couple of those. I don't think I have any seeds on hand that would give you that, though. Keep the upgraded strikes. We still need a way to do damage to stuff like the 3 slavers. Let's lose 1 defend. Getting... Oh, I love to see it. A Malaise Plus. Enemy loses X plus 1 strength. Apply X plus 1 weak. Concentrate Plus. Discards 2 energy for 2... discard 2 cards for 2 energy gain. We're going to need some card draw to make that good, but with the Toxic Egg, it should be easy to add card draw. So from here, I really want to see Acrobatics Plus. I really want to see Expertise Plus. I really want to see Backflip Plus. Blues. Do I ever go these 2 stores? Yeah, we definitely also want 1 more poison card, at minimum here, right? Minimum. That is a lot of elites. Is that a 5 elite path? Yes, it is. Oh my god, with no fires? Yikes. I could actually do 4 elites from the shops. I do think I want to go double stores. We're going to have another 60 gold from Mob Bank alone by the time we get here. Plus with Golden Idol, I can reasonably expect to have 600 gold for 2 stores. Those stores will each offer us 2 upgraded skills, plus colorless cards, which could be upgraded too. And this is definitely an instance where I'd love to buy a good Instincts or something. What if we get Bloody Idol, though? What if we get Bloody Idol, though? Well, then I'll get 10 hit points going into the store. Oh, we do get birds first. Get bird nerded. Cool. Fools! So good. Ooh, and a fire potion, that's good. Here's the Acro Plus I wanted, or at least the first of the Acro Pluses. I would take approximately at least 3 of these. First event is a free upgrade. You'd love to see it. Alright, well-laid plans, you're upgraded now. That might mean I can upgrade a Die at the fire if I don't have to rest. Oh. 3 merchants. Yeah, this Apo is pretty sad, right? Deck will be mostly upgraded. So... Grand finale, huh? Grand Finale is a lot more appealing when we have a well-laid plans plus and a variety of draw effects. Let's see, 3 removals is 300 gold. So one of the things that I can buy here is Grand Finale plus card remove, plus card remove, plus card remove. And that's a pretty interesting option. Theron Ferret, thank you so much for the 18 months, the year and a half. Wait, who's our Act Boss, actually? It's kind of an important question. Champ, okay. Less interested in Finale against Champ. There's also some genuinely very good relics. The Oddly Smooth Stone giving us a point of dexterity, I think, is quite good. Is Grand Finale better than Poison Relics / skills? It is if you can play it quickly. And we're rapidly headed in the direction of that being a yes. But surely I'll get other better stuff in 3 stores, right? We really just need another poison card. You need to remove that enemy defense with a Grand Finale. You want to, truly, and even with footwork, defends are really not that good a card, and you'll have much higher performance if you get them out a lot of the time. Especially compared to stuff like Deflect Plus. Alright, I think what I'm sold on then is Oddly Smooth Stone, card remove. Where are these? Food. Excuse you. Wow. Serenade89, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 9 months. Very much appreciate that support. I'm glad you're enjoying the VODs. Hell yeah. Blah. Block for 21, take 11? I'll use the Fire Potion. Fire Potion, take 9. This is what, 21? 21 poison. So that'd be Deadly Poison, Catalysts, yeah, okay. Didn't need the blur, should've kept the other one. Pretty good dodge roll, too. We need the poison cards. Ooh. And Apotheosis again? That's funny. Here's that good instincts. This card has carried me a lot. This is 10 block for 0 energy. I like the Alchemize, too, for the potion generation. Healing from Eternal Feather is also quite good. I'm gonna take an Alchemize. Definitely gonna take a good Instincts. Yeah. Do both of those. Fumes. Should have made sure I could buy a potion. One of these potions would have been pretty good. Overall, not unhappy about missing this third shop, although the potion belt would have been nice. Alright, who's it going to be? It is Gremlin Leader, thankfully. 9 plus 3 is not a kill, but is it, though? Maybe I should have kept the other part. Yeah, True Heart, I'm doing alright today. Certainly I've been worse. Need to die. I think 6 more, actually. I'd like to keep this potion. Could save me against an elite. Although, yes, we're currently fighting an elite, I recognize. Good. Ooh, Toy Ornithopter makes that Alchemize feel real good. As now we're healing each time we use a potion. I think an escape plan is pretty solid as well. Draw a card if it's a skill. Gain 6 block with Oddly Smooth Stone and the free upgrade. That is really, really efficient for us. Might as well start on this ride. Depending on where our hit points end up. We'll see. But I'll fight 1 here. Because it's either... yeah. I'll go for this fire, get nothing. Yuzu Bracelet. Ew. That's rude, man. Happy to see you, Malaise. It's not gonna hit. Kinda hurts to miss the will-aid plans there, but I think we're fine. Since the book now does 0 damage, right? Well, I keep missing my poison. Stuff. 0 times 9. Bye! $245 total damage from bronze scales. It's pretty good. Ooh, do I take a roll or a gamble? Actually, not even a bad distraction plus, truly. I'll take a dodge or roll plus, though. Blonk once, then blonk again. The double blonkening. Ooh. Gift potion. Good. They're both going to attack me next turn? How rude. And 3 plus... not enough. My PB Professor Tuck is 11 on Ascension 20 hearts. 11 wins. I think we got this. Concentrate. Yeah, well, we're never retaining block this turn. Start there. This is 18 damage, so I need to do 21. 9 plus 14. Yes, that gets there. Pretty clean. Shame about the Willy plans, though. Is there any situation to take the Juzu Bracelet? Yes! I think Juzu Bracelet can be good if you're looking to get a lot of value out of your question mark rooms for one reason or other. So if you have, for example, the Serpent Head, the relic from the Face Trader that gives you bonus money per event room, could be a good reason to take the Juzu Bracelet willingly. It's also a very good relic in speedruns. Since it can help make your run faster. So if you're caring about that or going for the fast run achievement, that can help quite a bit too. Hey, Tori is here to reduce unblocked attack damage. There's the backflip that I want. What about a deadly poison stab? We are kind of struggling to do damage overall. Fighting the champ. Get the backflip. Ooh. Like Snake can't. Alright, one more Acro for the road. Yeah, we have basically all the card draw in the world now. Ideally working with our concentrate here. Final elite is Gremlin Leader Mark II. Attacking us for 6x3 on turn 1. Lucky, lucky, lucky Piercing Whale. We get an Entropic Brew out of the Thingamadoodle too. Bonus. Strike Slice kills you. Yeah, Summalaze for one. Okay, this turn could be gnarly. Still not quite a kill. I killed 2 of them. Understand. Oh, that made you angry. Do it this way, take 1. You get made frail, unfortunately, for this hit. That's alright. These 2. Guess I'll just plan to block. Maybe I can kill the leader here. Seems pretty unlikely. So, currently incoming damage is 33, 48, 58. So we only have to block for 10 more to full block, which is very effortless. Alright. Not gonna overcomplicate this then. Cool. Get the Centennial Puzzle, giving us card draw when we take damage, giving now utility to the blue candle as we can play our Ascender's Bane to draw 3. Grab one more Deadly Poison. Extend the Weaken or upgrade Blur, I think are the two primary options. We could even reasonably recall here. But I'll upgrade the Neutralize. Yeah, still no Reflex or Tactician. Feels like we should have seen at least one of the two at this point. Oh, beautiful. Okay. -4 strength champ will have a hard time hurting us while we accumulate poison on his stinky face. The damage. Been most cruelly frailed. By that foul beast, the champ. Better purge this die so I don't have to draw it again. But this is mostly about stacking poison. And blur, I guess. Champ purges poison the turn after he dips below half. But at 50 base poison, he'll die in 2 turns after a Catalyst, so this kills him before he can do anything about it. GG. Three upgraded rare cards. That's pretty exciting. With the Toy Ornithopter, it's definitely tempting to take another Alchemize here. More potions for us. I also definitely enjoy a second Malaise, allowing us to sap further strength from our foes and weaken them to dust. Second Malaise will completely shut down Time Eater, will completely shut down the Awakened One, will completely shut down Nemesis. Leaving the threats of Giant Head, we kill with Catalyst. Donu and Deca. That'll be a problem. Feels like we need a corpse explosion or something for them. Very happy with the Slaver's Collar. Certainly not taking Sozu, preventing us from gaining further potions. Certainly not taking Busted Crown, preventing us from getting further upgraded cards with the Toxic Egg. Means we'll only have 3 base energy during hallway fights, but I think that our mass of upgraded cards will be great. Give me that. And I think we're pretty strong in elites, especially now that we have the Slaver's Collar, so we should look to fight quite a few of them if possible. This path does hit quite a few question marks. Maybe card rewards are better? What are we looking for at this point? Stuff like Tactician and Reflex. First boss is in fact Donu and Deca, so we'd like to get ways to remove artifacts. A Crippling Cloud, a Noxious Fumes, a Corpse Explosion. Stuff like that. I'm gonna go to this store. Upgrades at rest sites no longer feel like they matter. All the important cards in this deck are upgraded. How do we deal with Reptomancer? But I take 999 gold with the candle and all the discard, I would consider it. Yeah, if we get offered it here, I might go straight up rather than through these. But maybe. Answer is a definite maybe. Okay, that is unfortunately more damage than I can actually block for, huh? Helps a bit. Still not a full block, though. Aha! There we go. That is the game changer we were looking for. A second Catalyst Plus. And we are in fact offered 999 gold, so I have to legit think about whether I want that. Only one shop ahead. We're able to mitigate the other normality between the Centennial Puzzle and the Blue Candle, but it is something we have to be cautious of. I think that means we would take the 2 events rather than the 2 combats. Meanwhile, a boss fight in a rare relic is pretty damn good, actually. Yeah, only if not drawn mid-turn, indeed. Those question marks could be a store. They were earlier. Rare relic could be a Tingsha or a Tough Bandages. I'd rather fight the boss. Slaver's Collar putting in some work here, too. I was wondering. I see. Got it. Perfect. Well, that's kind of embarrassing. It's all good, though. Nice attack. Idiot. Does Parasite and the Divine Fountain work? If any way that you're removing a Parasite from the deck, it's going to cost you the 3 max HP. So that event would still lose 3 max HP. Turnip will be quite relevant for Heart. Want one more prepared? I do. Alright, because we did that, we can just keep going with the combats. We can just keep going with the combats. Could have drawn there. With the puzzle. This deck can't really block, huh? Against. Oh, we got it. Easy. Easy peasy. Nightmare could be more copies of Footwork, more copies of Catalyst, more copies of whatever to win the run. Or just another backflip. I'm going to take this Nightmare. I think this is the perfect position to do such a thing. Can even occasionally be Nightmare... Die or something. We're worried about double exploders here. Do we actually have the damage output required? This turn could be spooky. $779 is not a kill, as I thought. I'll get to Alchemize, though. That works. Definitely one more escape plan in this very energy-starved deck, for sure. And our last combat is the Maw. Where's the paw? Sure, at the start of my turn, play a random card off the... play the top card of the draw pile. Why not? That's the worst that could happen. Dead draw both Catalysts. Good Nightmare Malaise, but it's not the way to do it here. Let's not remember the footwork. That looks so good, man. Regen Potion could bring us back to full. One more Piercing Wail for the road? Yes, one more. Keep an Attack Potion for a Reptomancer fight here. We are up against our first elite here. We'll finally get the benefit of our 4 energy per turn, so we don't have to feel so stifled. Or do we? Drummer cards. Good. There's the malaise. Oh, nice. Okay. Definitely kinda optimize malaise. Here, have, this much damage. Oh, Momori, you're too late! You missed your chance. I think on 4 base energy, we don't need the second concentrate. Pretty cool shop. Lots of stuff that I like here. Chemical X says the effect of your cost X cards are increased by 2. Don't forget this deck has 2 copies of Malaise Plus. So that's pretty potent. Snecko Skull makes poison stronger, applying 1 more poison whenever we would apply poison. That's grand as well. Reflex has got to be a lot more card draw. If this card gets discarded, we draw 3. Definitely going to take both of these relics. Bag of Burble's not bad either to remove artifact, but I'm going to go ahead and take both of those. So either a reflex or a card remove. Could also take a Dark Shackles Plus, but I think with the second Piercing Wail, we don't. We have 2 Chemical X enhanced Malaises. I don't also need a Dark Shackles. Yeah, I think remove does have to be better. 1 less strike to draw through. And then we could still find a reflex from one of our combat rewards, still. Oh, hey! Actual potential use for the Omamori here. This enemy changes their attack intent every time you damage them. One of the ways to deal with that is just don't attack them. Oh, Thought I had more energy. Oh, right, because we're Slaver Scholar. Understood. I understand. Yeah, go for it. Knock yourself out. Omamori blocking that curse there for us. Hey, there's the corpse explosion. That'll solve Donu and Deka, causing them both to die when one of them would die. Welcome, Louis. Louis the 11th. The H in the title stands for hearts. We always go for a heart kill here, requiring us to get all 3 keys and then progress to Act 4. We're trying to currently win streak heart kills on the game's highest Ascension level. Ascension 20. Oh, I love me glowing Tesseract with a Toxic Egg. Upgraded colorless rare cards like a Master of Strategy Plus. Finesse Plus is genuinely good here. 5 block, draw a card. 2 copies of Panic Button Plus. Cannot gain block from cards for 2 turns. Pretty good with Blur. What about Purity? Purity is particularly interesting. I think I'll take one Panic Button. 1 Finesse. Yeah, I've got another very large deck of cards, but there's enough card draw in it, I'm not too worried. Truthfully. Not too worried here. We're going to rely on Corpse Explosion to defeat all of the daggers next turn. And I didn't full block so that the Centennial Puzzle would draw me a little bit more here. Good. Perfect. Oh, Ink Bottle's gonna be a huge card draw, too. GG, Repto. Smiling Mask can get us a cheap card removal in the final store, letting us get rid of that final strike. That's good. Could take a dodge roll, don't need it though. That's right. So to clarify, in the heart is basically a secret final or ultimate final boss. Your regular run ends when you defeat the boss of Act 3, and that's a regular victory. It's a winning run. But you can go even further beyond by advancing to Act 4 and doing battle against the Corrupt Heart, which is a truly insane challenge. It's not a very fair fight at all. Oh, hey. Cheap card removal. Decent Noxious Fumes, too. But now I'll just shrunk the deck down. Make it small. And we can do that again in Act 4. When you're just learning the game, I don't necessarily recommend trying the hearts on every single run. Although one of the approaches you can do that I think can work really well is attempt to do combat with the heart each run, but don't stress whether you succeed or fail. You're most likely going to lose to heart, and that's okay. Wish I could have afforded transmutation here, genuinely. Don't need that deflect. Into fall. Hey, we can get rid of this extra sucker punch. No attacks. Ever. Thanks. Have some poison, sir. You're gonna have so much poison. Ooh, I could have nightmared the Alchemize, that's true. I actually didn't even consider that. But yes, I think Nightmare Alchemize would have been a reasonable play there. Also not min-maxing my ink bottle, as you can see. I think we have enough poison starters with the deadly poison here. Alright, we got a recall to make sure we have all 3 keys in order to get to Act 4. We got 1 from skipping a relic at a chest, 1 from beating the Empowered Elite, and now 1 from sacrificing one of our rest sites. You don't get to rest or upgrade if you choose to recall. Doesn't really matter who we target. I'm gonna go for Donu. But really doesn't matter. Stink bottle. Catalyst. Corpse explosion. We just win next turn, so. And then Donu, poor Donu. Blam. Alright, next up, somebody who's super dead to our malaises, the Time Eater. Time Eater does automatically end our turn and gain some strength whenever we play 12 cards. So we do have to kind of carefully count. Here, have some stinkification. Four more cards. Wait, 4? Yeah, I can do 4. -10, that should be fine. Oh dear. Times 9. 26 by 9 is not a big enough number, right? Oh, but it is twice, right? Because Time Eater doesn't purge until the turn after dropping below health, half health, just like Champ. So 25 by 9 is going to be 170... No, 225. There we go. 225 times 2 is 450. That will kill. G. Yeah, plus Red Skull for a little bit more. Don't know that I have an origin story for the voice, Guitar Lamb. This is more or less always how I've chosen to speak. Doesn't come from a particular background or career or anything. Oops. Artifact does not cap at 999. Trying to think of any situation where that would be relevant. I got nothing. How'd you get in that? How'd you... No. It's not allowed. No, that's not allowed. Alright, probably our best upgrade remaining is the Blur. +3... +3 block. That we get to retain. Hey, Kaponsky, yes, this is for 9 in a row here. It's been a pretty wild run so far. Another Blur plus, another Escape Plan plus. Oh, I could do Blur plus card removal. That feels good to me. Feels really good to me. Especially with a turnip. Just remove a defend and replace it with a Blur. I keep Slice. I keep Slice. Yeah, just remove defend, replace it with a Blur. That's definitely an upgrade. Cool. Alright, Spire, Spear, and Shield, if that is your real name. Defend up better than Slice? It might be. It might be. I was thinking specifically of the ink bottle when I made the choice. But there's valid reasons. Okay. Okay. Well, neutralize. Corpse Katakata. 10. 31, 90 something. That kills next turn. Yeah, discarding a Shiv from the Cunning Potion is definitely within the realm of options here. Trying to figure out what the playline is. A kill with Concentrate, Deadly Poison added onto that. No, because I don't have enough energy to do that. We have, after Concentrate, I have 5 energy. That has to be Piercing Wail and Neutralized to remove the artifact. Then we only have 4 energy for Corpse Explosion, Catalyst. We cannot play the Deadly Poison. Or we can't play both Catalysts, and in both cases we fail to kill. Is it possible to Malaise Plus before Concentrate to remove the artifact? Yes, but then we can't spend the energy on anything else that matters. I guess I could go, like, dodge and roll? Yeah, but everything else removes artifact. Hey, yo, Bart. Great to see you, as ever. So, things that are then worth considering. Could do Gambler's Brew shenanigans, just discard all of this. Mostly just trying to minimize the amount of damage we'll take. So. That has to be open with Piercing Wail. I could then do Corpse Explosion, but I kind of care about the poison. Looks like this is getting discarded, as is probably the Deadly, if I'm not playing that. I play everything else. So I do have to discard Shivs. I understand. The color went off. We spent we played in acrobatics with our 1 energy. So if I stack all the poison on Spire's Spear, we take a lot of damage. see. We can turn around with the last Shiv. Genuinely a bit helpful. Or this too. Let me get the Alchemize, good. All that quite reasonable. Don't think we're going to need the full hit points against Heart. Not with a third Catalyst, we're not. Hello. Cool, I'll keep two Gambler's Brews. Those seem very good. The blur? Wow. Okay. Works for me. Since I'm retaining block for 2 turns, I'm just gonna panic button right now. That was a great turn 1. We actually full blocked the first 2 attacks on our first turn. Poor Heart. Gee. 9 in a row ain't too bad at all. GG. And give me that full HP. GG, everybody. Number 9. Guy Brush, thank you so much for the Prime sub and those 7 months. Lucky number 7. GG. That's a great quote, Guardian. Infidel Zombie, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Welcome back, Cicerol. Is this my highest streak, asks Lisu? No, my personal best is 11, so we're 2 away from my PB and 4 away from the current world record. In terms of Ascension 20 rotating art kills. The Spire sleepeth. So shall I. GG. Check that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wins in a row. And on the Silent, we're also on a streak here, by the way. Silent is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row with Silent. Feeling really good about my Silent performance since the 2.2 patch hit. Overall, we've had an excellent series of runs with her. Feels really good. This one was definitely carried by the early Toxic Egg. Big credit to me for resting before Guardian, because that definitely saved our run. The Bafla, thank you so much for those very generous 10 gifted subs. Welcome on in, everybody. To my knowledge, Kaponsky, the best streak on Silent has been 9. That was done by Revelation 9. I think that's a link to his channel. Streams Spire in the wee hours of the morning. In that Scandinavian time zone. And Spicy Noodle Bucket, thank you so much for 23 months of support. Teutonic Knights asks, do I find that doing the swap letters improves my play at 820, or is it more of an entertainment thing? I can definitely say with certainty that playing ladders in general has improved my Ascension 20 play dramatically. By, I don't know, giving me overall more experience with the game, understanding how decks come together, knowing what's enough to succeed and what isn't. But I've played, over the past year and a half, I've played way more ladder streak than I have Ascension 20. And we're... I mean, with a 9 streak, I can't say that... I have to be pretty decent at 820 win streaking at this point. But yeah, ultimately, playing Spire makes you better at Spire. You don't have to play in one particular way to get a better understanding of the game, to get a better knowledge or intuitive whatchamadoodle. Experience is the most valuable teacher of all, ultimately. What's the one special card? That would be Ascender's Bane, I believe, is the special card. You'll note there's always one... Wait. Yeah, there's always one special card. I believe that is Ascender's Bane. Any idea of my win rate for the various characters? We just looked at it for Silent yesterday. And since 2.2 hit, our Silent win rate has been 70%. Not sure of the other characters. Watcher's got to be a little bit better. I'm thinking 75 to 80% with her. And then Ironclad and Defect have to be lower. I haven't done as well, especially on Defect. I haven't done that well. But I am extremely proud of my Silent performance over the last 40 plus games. We're coming in close to 50 games per character on patch 2.2, and when that happens, I'll probably look at the overall record. That's right, only 2 power cards in, Wait, 2 power cards? Yeah, we had, footwork, 1 footwork, and 1 well-laid plans, and that's all it was. Sometimes that's all you need. I've had more than one Ascension 20 heart kill that involved 0 powers. Sometimes you get scaling in different ways. You know, insert or consume on defect can have 0 powers. Shuriken or Kunai decks can have 0 powers. So, I want to keep playing and streaming, but what I don't want to do is right now start a defect run, because I feel like I'm a little drained after Ironclad Silent here, and the pressure is, well, pretty high when the win streak gets up here. Actually, you know what? Do I have that mod? I remember if I installed that. The workshop. I'm thinking specifically of the Ascension 25 mod that has been a popular request. Some Pandora's Barts. Pandora's Barts? Pandora's Barts. Pandora's Box Darts could be fun, too. Actel Chronometer. Think of Humility. Is that the one that I'm thinking of? That's the more recent one, right? Humility. Posted April 3, 2020. Yeah, that'll be the one. Or is that different than the Ascension 25 one? Looks like it is. Gremlin Hub summons 2 Gremlin minions? What? Oh god. Oh no. Sure, I'll subscribe to that though. We'll play that sometime. That sounds really fun. But what am I looking for? Nine is not a PB. No, my PB is in fact 11, but we're currently at 9. I can find it. Yeah, actually, since that's the one I can find, let's try the Humility mod. That sounds hilarious. Let's intentionally get my butt kicked. Okay, but before I do that, I am going to take another quick break here, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, we're going to mod it up and play some weird Spire. Be right back, everybody. You're headed out as we switch away from the win streak here. Thanks you so much for hanging out. Don't forget you can join when, be notified when we're live by joining the Discord. Alright, be right back, everybody. When I return, modded nonsense. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Thank you so much for that patience. So we're going to reboot with the humility mod enabled. This is a mod that's going to give all of the enemies more stuff. And we're just going to see how bad that is for us all. It's going to be an experience. Let's see, humility. That's the one. Good. Very good. Hey, Katie Avanti, we just pushed it. We're done pushing it now. There's no more pushing. Alright, so we're going to switch accounts just to make it clear we're not playing A20 runs. Regular style. What we're going to be doing is playing with the humility mod, which makes all enemies get additional stuff. If I were a Slay the Spire card, what would I be? I would definitely be Well-Laid Plans. Retain the things. So who do we feel capable of? Let's try an Ironclad run. I'm just going to rotate characters here. I expect we're going to lose real fast on some of these. Let's embark. We will be playing this on Ascension 20, so it's Ascension 20 plus maximum harditude. And I don't even... Humility. All enemies are buffed in new ways, so now it even says 20 plus heart. Oh no! We have a new notation. Oh, that's okay though, my overlay is covering it up, so you can't even see that it does say plus H at the top there. But we'll just cover that up proper like never was a thing. I indeed imagine Ascension 1 would be kind of tricky here. What if I got an elite snipe though? Yeah, let's just see how that goes. Okay, nothing seems different about these lice. I don't trust them though. Genuinely Sever Soul maybe? No, I'll take the Shockwave. Something seems different about the cultist, but I can't quite place my finger on it. Still 5 strength per turn. Oh, he's doing a debuff, though. What is your debuff, sir? Void? Oh, just like the awakened one. Oh, that's rude. No. Game chugged there for a second. Avoid the void. Okay, it's got to be either Pommel or Hemo, surely. Probably Hemo. We need some blap level damage. Give me that. Okay, no combats. Definitely no regrets for 75. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's the full 275 either way. No! Slime coating. On receiving attack damage, add a slimed into the discard pile. Okay, so already we're seeing even more statuses than regular Ascension 20 Spire, which is a lot of statuses. Maybe too many. Take a headbutt here. Still think I can handle this many elites? Probably not. I'm gonna regret... let's actually do an Arma? Yeah, let's do an Arma. I'm gonna take that Clash and regret it. Alright, so, just your average Sentries fight. Nothing to see here. That's a thing. That is spooky. We didn't take any AoE, did we? Ooh, no, we did not. Alright, well... The big yikes, then. Let's try our best. Hey, exactly 21, good. Good. Do the damage. Thanks. Ow. See, did that? Okay, hold on. What is that? Turn off the cooldown. There. You next. As long as we can spend all 3 energy, I don't think it's worth using the Swift Potion. Damage fight? Well, that's... You're assuming I'm gonna win this. Which is, quite the assumption. Try all the way down to 2. Assuming we win it all. We're dead next turn. Wait, wait. Piles defend plus. We live! At least for the moment. It's impossible to survive the next hit, though, so we're guaranteed dead. Well, Ironclad gave it its best. But we're learning. Womp womp. Desecrated. That is... yeah, that's the expected outcome. Let's see how far we can get. I want to at least get to the Act 3 boss. But that might take a few tries. Ooh, rare colorless cards. But also try a snipe again. Ooh, I could get a double snipe. Double snipe. Can't take on elites nearly as easily as before, right? They are super scary now. Is Humility winnable? Of course it is! There's definitely many overpowered combos you can get from the cards in Slay the Spire. It's going to be a lot less winnable than a regular Slay the Spire run, though, that's for sure. Take an Acro. Our opener's grand. Flying Goop is not good. Transform upgrade. Transform a strike into a leg sweep. Nice. And score. Good. I'm gonna take this curse. What run is this? This is a run in the Humility mod. We're just playing around, Oh god. It has demon form. Look at that. That's terrifying. So all enemies in Humility have some additional buff or benefit. We're kind of seeing the differences as we go, Golden Pants. I haven't looked these up ahead of time, and as we encounter each new enemy, we get to observe its overpowered ability. That's the name of the game here. Actually, don't mind a Flying Knee. Take the Predator for the card draw and damage, though. Theoretically, that should be enough hit points. I don't know if it will be. And be horrified by it all, indeed. Knob looks normal. What is it? It's an unfortunate mob bank, but I am planning on going to that store, so we will take it. Unload does enough damage to be worthwhile here. 14 damage for 1 energy. I'll pick that up. Energy on turn 1 is also grand. First of all, how dare you? As far as I can tell, the lice aren't any different, but I don't know what secrets lurk beneath. Blur very good with letter opener. Jawworm starts with 5 strength and we're buffing on turn 1, so this is one of the Act 3 Jawworms. Spooky. Although leads to better turn 1s, hey? I don't know, that felt easier than a regular Jawworm to me. Granted, well, yeah, I had an unload, so I guess I shouldn't be comparing. The Blurricade? The Blurricade. We're fighting Guardian. Let's get Blur. Oh no! When its hit points is at or below 75%, we'll split it into 2 smaller slimes with Acid Slime's current hit points. Well then. Well then. That should have been leg sweep unload. I feel like I'm gonna need more damage for Guardian. Not sure how to get that. Don't feel like they contribute. Vajra's good. Footwork is good. First removal's good. Master of Strategy is good. Like the Bouncing Flask as well here. I think I have to choose between the Vajra and the Happy Flower. Can't reasonably take both. If I take Vajra, then Dagger Spray is really good. Yeah, Chicken Man Phil, the first Clad run died to 4 sentries. It was a sad way to go. I have Ninja Scroll. I'm going to take the Vajra here. I can take either Master Strat or Blade Dance plus Bouncing Flask. Could take the flower, but then we're not getting cards, and I'm worried that without this Bouncing Flask, we don't have the scaling damage required for the Guardian fight. I'm also worried that without the Dagger Spray, that Act 2 will absolutely murder me. So I'm gonna grab those two. I could also get murdered in this fight without the Dagger Spray, right? Look at these guys. 4 sentries. Is there any way that it would be possible to even try to win such a fight, right? Surely this is completely hopeless. Oh. Play seems kind of fine. They do still hit me a little bit, though, so props to them. Well, there. 4 sentries, no prob. We get a Pen Nib, which is excellent with the Vajra. Love the Fire Pot. Definitely gonna grab a Piercing Wail for Guardian. Honestly, I should probably rest, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna upgrade our... I think I should upgrade the Bouncing Flask. Footwork was a good upgrade, too. I've got the deck spot. Oh, interesting. We start on the 8x2 turn. Very interesting. Do you have any other tricks, or is that all you got? Four Thorns is standard for Ascension 20. By 4? Okay. Seems normal from here. I actually think I prefer that. It's a much scarier turn 1, obviously. Otherwise seems gentler. First we blonk, then we chonk. Now knowing that how this fight works, I don't feel compelled to take any more damage here. Corpse Explosion feels pretty reasonable. I don't think that we're playing enough cards for After Image to be good. Tools of Trade could be okay. Alright, let's do a Corpse Explode. Brown Box or Sacred Bark. We get 9 transforms with Pandora's Box. That's generally pretty reliable. I think, although Busted Crown would probably let us survive Act 2, it will surely stifle us in the long term. Let's take a P-Box. Yes. Yes. Definitely good. Good with the Afterimage. Yeah, overall I'd say this is a really excellent set of cards. Cool. And we still have good block with the 2 blurs and now 2 footworks. Feels like we need an Apotheosis or something. Maybe a shop can give you that. Foresterly Elite. Very scary. Question is, can we even make it to that first store? Oh my, what a layout. That is a tough map. Yikes. If I fight this elite, I have to fight another one. So we maybe fight this one and then we can avoid the elite by taking a bunch of hallway combats. That's not going to be better. Alright, well, into the fire then. 3 buffer? Gotta be kidding me. 3 buffer. That's after the block too. Oof. Okay, this actually seems fine. Yeah, we actually just kill it on turn 1 anyway. Alright. Ooh, yes! Deflect plus with a letter opener? Definitely. We did it! Oh, yes. 7-11. Yeah, these bozos seem to be the same at first glance. 20 gold is their standard steal on Ascension 20. E24. $45. One. Can't get them both. Without using the fire potion. Fire potion's a reasonable choice here. I think I'd rather go like Corpse Explode, Big Sweep. So reasonable. White pen nib. Perfect. Wait, not perfect. Foolish. Got to weaken the other one. Looking at 20 cards sounds really good, but I think we really need these hit points, so I'm going to take the hit points. Oh, yes. And we will 100% take the mutagenic strength, giving us 3 strength on turn 1 to use with our ninja scroll and our finisher and such. I think that's going to let us kill a lot of enemies before they can use their super nasty abilities on us. Seneco's Protection. Only lose 10 hit points this turn, removed when the Mystic dies. So, in the hard mode of Spire, you're forced to kill the Mystic first. That just fits. Alright, well. Kill the stinky Mystic. It's actually not even it's actually a good thing to do. If you can kill Mystic before any strength buffs occur, it's probably better to kill Mystic. Genuinely. This will be the ×3 attack. Don't want any more unupgraded cards. Okay, we're actually really high health going into this first elite fight. Oh god! He chonky! This fat gremlin has 51 hit points? Hello? He's so big. But he has the slow debuff. And the small ones are robbing me, that's right. Thievery. Sneaky gremlin steals 10 gold when it attacks. You'll also note that Gremlin Leader started with 3 minions in play. Oh, that's funny. Alright, I think, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay. That's also an option. How many one-cost attacks are in the draw? One? Yeah, okay. There we go. Good. Good, good. Shuriken? What? Why, yes! Every time we play 3 attacks in one turn, gain a point of strength. Incredible. Insane. Dear God. So, we were asking, like, is this mod winnable? This seems like the kind of start you'd want if you're gonna win this mod. We got Pandora's Box that gave us almost entirely good cards. We have really good relics. We're murdering everything on turn 1. Life is good. I guess I'm gonna go for the Burning Elite then, huh? Neat. Not a terrible distraction, actually, with Letter Opener, by the way. One of the instances where I do support this card. Now, granted, we might still meet some really, really rude surprises later in the run that could kill me. So we must be careful. I am going to the store, yes? Do I remove setup or do I upgrade it? That's very unclear to me. Yeah, I don't want the store. There's plenty of good upgrades we could get. So going like upgrade elite. Could be Force Slavers? Well, we've got Corpse Explosion. I'm not afraid of Force Slavers at all. Are you kidding me? Who's afraid of Force Slavers? Not me. Burning Stabs. Whenever you receive attack damage from this enemy, add a burn to your discard pile. Oh, it's on fire, too. The Burning Book of Stabbing. Oh, did I do it? 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3. Yeah, it's gonna have a Mr. Book is gonna have a bad time. I'm so sorry. I actually am not sorry at all. Bag of Prep does nothing, unfortunately, because we did take a Ninja Scroll. Definitely gonna take a Calc Gamble. Reflex is not horrible. This doesn't do anything, right? So... Yes, to Mummy Hand. Now when we play a power, a random card is free. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 powers in the deck. Excellent. This is an insane run. The Chunky Shield Gremlin. They have all got metallicized because of the Burning Elite. I've done it again, have I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 attacks in hand? 8 attacks in hand. Dang. I have not done it. But this will be still 10 by 8, right? Actually, more than that. I think we still just kill, right? Just do this. We just ignore all of the mechanics. And now we have Calipers, allowing us to retain block if we ever feel like we need to. Cloak and Dagger seems pretty good with an upgrade on it. I'll add that to the deck. Just murder the mechanics away. Easy. GG. Almost feels like I want to upgrade that. I am going to upgrade setup. Hilariously. Yeah, so glad I took the 13 hit points from Library, huh? Oof. Right, Laco5, thank you so much for the Prime sub and that full year of love and support. GG. More potions. More potions. Get that upgraded to make our energy efficiency a little bit higher. Snecko Bot. Whenever you play a card, choose a random number from 0 to 3. If the number is equal to the cost of the card played, gain 1 strength. So the Snecko will gain strength as you play more cards, basically. Okay. And that's inspired by the Snecko bot from the Slay the Spire Discord. That's good. That's a good touch. I'll add another Blade Dance. Fighting Collect Automaton. Keep the Explosive Pot then. The Snecko bot in the Spire Discord replies to people with a random 0 to 3 whenever they mention Snecko. Pretty simple bot, but it's cute to see a reference to that. Alright. Upgrades. Honestly, just want the fumes for artifact removal at this point. Happy to have this after image. Alright, we'll upgrade the Blade Dances. Might run into hand size issues, but we'll see. Oh. We're just on this turn. Okay. Cool. I respect that. No more free turn 1 is... That's real. That's actually not that scary, though. How often do I kill Bronze Automaton in 3 or 4 turns? This deck seems like we're well positioned to do it. Yeah, Incense Burner's different now, though, right? It's a fun little detail. No cards for you. Secret Master Strategy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Love this finisher with a Pendim. Get out of here. Storm of Steel is going to be a no thanks, but I think a Phantasmal Killer could be a good way to increase our damage output dramatically. Especially if I'm able to upgrade it, and it's a 0 cost skill that says next turn your attacks are double damage. Don't really feel like I need a bullet time. Grab the PK. Snecko? Is this a Snecko Deco? I don't think it is. Means we're either Tiny House or Hovering Kite. Interesting. This discards, this discards, this discards. Really would need an Acrobatics to make Hovering Kite feel good. This is not the worst tiny house I've ever seen, honestly. Potion 50 gold, 5 max HP. Mostly the 50 gold and the 5 max HP. The random upgrade's very good, too. But I think I'll take the hovering kite here, giving us an extra energy every time we discard a card. We'll look for ways to get some use out of that. Didn't feel like the Snecko would be that useful with how many zero-cost cards we have. Also ruins our setup, too, right? Alright, 4 elites up the left path. You better believe it. I need lots of relics to stay strong here. Oh, dear God. Actually, that doesn't matter at all, but... It's kind of unholy, yeah? That's kind of unholy. More Darklings. Good to take one. Targeting that one. It's alright, I can't math anyway. Deca first. Grab one more here. Death Rattle. On death, put 2 dazed on top of the draw pile. And it looks like the exploders are going off next turn. Like the old school A20 style, where they blew up on turn 2. And it's all irrelevant if they just die on turn 1, though. The kite, I'll definitely take a second calculated gamble here. Does this deck want a third blur? I have 3 footworks, right? Yeah, we want another blur. I definitely also want Artifact to block the first debuff each combat. Accuracy is here, but I don't think I need accuracy with Shuriken. That's right, Souvenir will give us 3 strength with the mutagenic strength. That's correct. Also, we have an acrobatics. How did I miss that? I almost wonder if it's time to, like, remove Bouncing Flask. No, that's insane. It's genuinely nothing I want to remove. How's Dramatic Entrance with our turn 1? It's pretty spicy. Quick Slash could be a decent removal. It's not a bad card. I appreciate its draw 1. I could take Fumes out of the deck, actually. That's something I'm more okay with. Yeah, let's take Fumes out of this deck. We do have Mummy Hand, it's true. It's mostly serving the purpose of artifact removal. We really don't value the poison much. But I removed 10 cards. I would certainly consider it. Be nice to just purge a handful. It's 100 gold for that removal. I think there's valid reasons not to. Flask? Actually, I don't need both Flask and Fumes. I'd rather keep the Flask. I might regret this, but I'll fight you two. Oh, they have artifacts. Oh no, they have artifacts. Okay. Artifact means that Corpse Explosion won't apply the debuff. At least not initially. Nice. Kerblam! The Panache letter opener combo gets there. Get ourselves a Helix, preventing the first time we would lose health each combat, and you better believe I'm going to take a upgraded Terror to make our attacks do that much more damage. Welcome back, Super Darklings. Who needs Corpse Explosion, where you can simply murder everything the old-fashioned way? Double Terror. No, we don't need that. Alright, Elite 1 of 4. Who's it gonna be? Semi-Intangible. Reduce all damage taken and hit point loss by 5. By 5. Not to 5, but by 5. Semi-Intangible is reapplied every other turn. The Anti-Boot. So this will do 3? Yeah. Calipers would be good here. And then it's regular intangible on this turn, right? That's right. Well, good thing I've got a buffer, I guess. Question card. Future card rewards have more options. Footwork number 4. I think that's too slow, though. Second Predator is a little tempting, actually, for the card draw. Let's take another Predator here. We want the attacks badly enough. Not going to pay 218 gold for the Red Mask for weak on turn 1. Alright, Mr. Giant Head, what do you do? You're not slow. I repeat, Giant Head is not slow. He's fast! Fastest head in the land, they call him. Shame about that buffer, though. Why are you still here? Yeah, that's gonna be a good draw next turn. Tick tack toe. Gee. Let's take this Prepared Plus so that we can more reliably get energy out of the Hovering Kite. Although the Piercing Whale is pretty tempting here. Ornithopter would have been pretty sweet, but it's time to take the blue key. And we're back against the Nemesis here. No Reptomancer sightings yet. Okay, no block this turn, huh? For the Phantasmal, get that back. Rude. Very rude. Alright, well, that's not how I wanted to use this Ghost in a Jar, but that is how I'm going to use it. Shame I can't use the... Because we got the souvenir after the mutagenic strength, I can't use the speed potion on it. Oh, he's alive! Oh god. No, you must die. There we go. Blur number 4. Take that. Transient has 7 turns and 999 regen, so you really can't kill it anymore. Oh dear. That's pretty funny, actually. You can still kill it if you get 999 damage in 1 turn, of course. But that's easier said than done, yeah? All it takes is one blade dance. 2 turns left. And that has 100 damage. 100. Oh, thank you, sir. Infinity Blades Plus. I'll pass on that too. I want an escape plan. Let's go with a yes. Venom Strikes. Whenever you receive attack damage from this enemy, gain 2 Venom. Not clear to me what that is. The order here is for Mummy Hand optimization, even though I lose some block. Guess we won't find out, because I'm not going to get hit. Deflect. Oh! Oh, nasty. It's an attack and a debuff on turn 1. Rude. Yes. Or a 0-cost block, please. And I think I want to upgrade After Image, because I need the turn 1 block. Alright, Dekka's Protection. Donu receives 50% less damage. This is removed when Dekka dies. So just like the Mystic Centurion, the idea is that you're forced to make the suboptimal play by choosing the less popular choice to target first. Now, there are situations where targeting Dekka first is the right option. And in the case of Corpse Explosion, I don't think it matters, so we'll happily target Dekka first here. Oh, right, because... Beautiful. Not so bad, Adonu and Deka. GG. The big sticks! Oh, we have to kill the cultists so quickly because they're gonna add voids? No, we're fine. We got them on turn 1 here. Let's see. We started with 2 strength, curiosity 2, healing 15. Nothing immediately different about Awakened 1. Shame about that buffer, though. No spoilers! That's right. How dare you. Foolish! I think we leave ahead calipers. Seems fine so far. No discernible differences. Grr Part 2. Okay, that's definitely different. Roar. Ritual. At the end of the turn, gain 10 strength. So there's a third phase that is super spooky. It gets very angry very quickly. Not a problem if prepared for, though. You should be able to set up a lot of damage somewhere during the first 2 turns, first 2 phases, right? GG. Do thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. We made it to Act 4 on our very second attempt at humility. That's good stuff. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of these massive bonus points? 2,700? It's ridiculous, man. Need some more dexterity. Ooh, maybe there was upgrade, Phantasmal Killer! Never mind, we upgrade everything with an Apotheosis. Perfect. Just upgrade the whole damn deck. Streak is alive and well, Snark Hunter. Wanted a bit of a reprieve from the pressure. But we're currently at 9 wins on A20. Ordinary style. I like Apotheosis plus Oddly Smooth Stone a whole lot here. I think all we need is a bunch of decks for Heart, right? Well, maybe. I don't know what the Heart fight's gonna be, but... feels good. Wait, they have Barricade? I understand that that's gonna be a problem. Wait a minute. This thing gets 99 block. Oh no. Alright, well you first, sir. This for piercing whale. Oof. This stings a bit. Wait, what? 102? Oh, because we have Pendant Phantasmal Killer. Hello. People were telling me to remove Quick Slash earlier. Are you kidding me? Quick Slash does 100 damage. Why would I ever remove it? Oops. For drawing Blanc. A little bit worried here, genuinely. It's gonna count. It's gonna depend a lot on what Buffer can do for us. Looks like a pretty good turn 1, though. Speed of Death is 2, damage cap is 200. Looks ordinary thus far. But I'm sure it will be anything but. Lack of retain stings a little bit here. Nice. Ah. I can upgrade shivs with it, I guess. Draw one more card here. Hey, nice. Please do the big hit first. Draw -1. Energy down. Start of your turn, lose an energy. At the start of your turn, draw one less card. What, just like forever? Uh-oh. Don't like that. Glad I have 2 predators then. Also glad we have ink bottle. It's pretty spooky, man. That is brutal. Oh, 1 energy? No, dude. Ah! Gosh, the base energy reduction is so brutal. If you only have 3 base like we do. Good. Can't move this artifact. Dang. Well, we certainly got very close. Actually, within 1 turn of killing it, right? So close. GG. Very GG. That debuff on heart feels like orange pellets. Being able to purge these debuffs probably make all the difference. GG. Tough mod, hey? Not as overbearing as I thought it was going to be at first, and adding a completely overpowered nonsense to the heart honestly feels completely reasonable. GG. Like that. I liked that. Alright, so we have yet to get a win on humility then. We'll have to try some more. GG. Yeah, fumes would have been nice there as well to allow us to apply weaken maybe. But mostly taking a 3 energy deck into the heart with how do we deal with the draw? That's the real question. I guess you need to take more card draw? GG. Ring of the Serpent, maybe like a machine learning or something? Need cheap card draw, that's right. Yeah, minus 1 card and minus 1 energy per turn is such a big deal. I think the other option is blocking the debuffs. Which almost seems easier. Although you'd need, what, like 5 artifact charges? Or, of course, orange pellets. So probably orange pellets. We'll rotate characters and try again with the defects. Real quick water and bathroom break before I do, though. When I return, we'll go again. Appreciate y'all being here, everybody. It's so cool to have so many folks tuned in today, checking out the humility mod with me. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. When I return, more Slay the Spire. Alright, folks, we're back. Hello and welcome, Fireworks. We've been trying the humility mod for Slay the Spire, which empowers all of the enemies with additional abilities, aka hot nonsense, which makes them, like, super deadly. Just the most deadliest. Do we want 100 gold? Could be a good start towards... this elite seems like death, mainly. We can try. Defect can do some stuff. Well, this card starts interesting, too. Do I think that seed was winnable if I had already known their abilities? Oh yeah, I think... we wouldn't have needed that much to beat that heart fight. Honestly, all we needed was, like, a different potion. We had explosive potion, fire potion for heart. Right? Had I managed to hold on to that power potion from earlier, I think that would have done better. But yeah, we didn't need much to go differently. That was really close. Just boss swap all day? That makes sense to me. Yeah, you know what? Live fast or die hard. And we're gonna die really hard. Right, Black Star is a death sentence. We're just so dead. Let's try to fight maybe only the late elites. Already the cultist is, like, horrifying. Get to thy void gone. Somebody say streamline. Take that over a Tempest. These jerks add slimes to the deck whenever they take an attack. Even more slimes than usual. So if I strike 3 times, I take 3 slimes. Brutal. It's not even worth playing that strike now. Love auto shields in Act 1. Such efficient block. I think we need it. It's requiring, honestly, less brain power. Because it's very easy for me to determine whether things are going in an acceptable direction. That makes sense. Deep rebound. Do that. Fool. Jeez, Jawworm is... People weren't kidding about Jawworm being, like, the deadliest thing. Help? Chaos? Not gonna be a reprogram, that's for sure. Let's rest here. I choose death. Ooh. Upgrades. Okay, now we know this thing's gimmick, which is that you split at 75%, you stinky. a regular split. Damn it. We lost health during the previous turn. Activate our orbs. Go this way. Whatever, I'm gonna YOLO this. Oh god, he summons a super gremlin? Oh my god. 2 super gremlins. Okay. Well. That's certainly a thing. That is certainly a thing. And the Super Shielder gives buffers? Dang. Alright, Watcher, what can you do? Gremlin Knob Leader. Or like Gremlin Knob Bleeder. I actually don't want to play with Runic Dome when the mod is changing what enemies do. That would make no sense. That's more reasonable. Okay. Og? Oh. Yo. It's finally happened! The ultimate pressure point signature move run. Oh crap! Oh no, we're gonna die. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no! It's all gone wrong. Although I can kill one on turn 1 here, so... kinda nice. I think we actually just died of this. Rip. Alright, we'll give Watcher one more try. Failing the elite snipe is an honorable way to die, if sad. Can we not, though? Why? Okay, actually, we can snipe the Burning Elite again. Sweet, let's try that. I'm gonna continue to try to do that for now. Again! This time we'll remove the strike, defend, rather. Revenge! This is definitely a use case for Bowling Bash. We get another one for free, too? Sweet. Let me get the relatively rare Vigilance upgrade here. Oh, nice. Thread Needle? Hype. Be a very good shot. Oh. You too, Stinky. Not again. This time. Just kind of want, like, Eruption, huh? I'll take a Sash Whip, I guess. I'll definitely take a Third Eye. Third Eye and a card remove? Third Eye and a strike remove. Wait. That's right, you were the first ones. And the last! Cool by me. Bowling Bash is like super duper effective here. Debating whether I use this colorless potion. I will. Bowling Bash. Dang. This is... Probably won't get a lot of use out of Pillow. I will super take a Wave of the Hand because we have Thread and Needle, so it's guaranteed weaken. You come across a dead adventurer on the floor. His pants have been stolen. Also... ... Though his possessions are still intact, you're in no mind to find out what happened here. Oh, aren't I? Give me that. I want it. It's them again! Alright, I'll fight you nerds again for another relic. Easy. Easy. Bonk. I don't get to Eruption next turn, do I? Well, maybe if we're lucky. Nice, we are lucky. Guess I should have Eruption in this one. Ow. Did your best, plated armor. Alright, never got a use for that miracle. Oh ho. Go Foresight, Strength Potion. I think we need a little bit of help for Hexaghost. I strongly suspect the ghost will be very rude. Times 5? Wait, what? Pentaghost? Pentaghost. Alright. Pentaghost. So, what's the... Which ghost did we lose? I'm so confused. But I like it. Was it different on the map? No! Nope, that's clearly 6. So far we're Seer Tackle. 2 burns. Better do it this way. Your tackle Seer. Inflame. Enflamme. Tackle Inferno? I guess we're just going straight to Inferno. But it is only a times 5. So the Inferno arrives a turn earlier, but is less dangerous. Kind of an interesting way to do this. It also means there's less burns in the deck. 4 instead of 6. Definitely would have been dead without the strength potion, so glad we took that. I don't really want to wish. You have a form into Snecko-Eye? No. Into Pandora's box. Probably better to go with the Lotus. What do we get? 3 empty cards, interesting. That's not good. This establishment is completely worthless. Let's get that removed. Enjoy your 3 buffers. God, we're just so dead. Get buffered thorns. Flurry is pretty good. Yeah. Have exactly enough for tantrum card removal? That's an easy pick then. Beards. Get him. Wait, you attack immediately? Oh, they attack instantly when they get grounded. And then they go back up almost instantly. Interesting. Have I looked at the changes? We're looking at them as we go, not looking at them all ahead of time. Upgraded. No money. Like for a curse? No thanks. Not a frail curse. Omniscience. Yes. Sweet. Sure, I can play that. I think that was my best play. Whenever you play a card, shuffle a dazed into your draw pile. Ah. I see. But cards are the only thing I play. I see. Well, that's gonna be awkward next turn then. But I leave this problem for my future self. I'm not gonna play the... Good luck to us. Yeah, that's enough, right? Easy. Never didn't have it. This deck, like, so badly wants to follow up plus. Focus stabbing seems so comparatively easy. Omni-Vigilance is the only thing that can block, but then the following turn will be a disaster. Unless Foresight. Okay. Sound is glitching out a little bit. What a hilarious hand. Tangibility's pretty high. Feels like we need a mental fortress or something. Glad we have a regal pillow for this next stretch. Helps too. Bet. Ooh. That's even better with our wave of the hand. I see that there's a limited number of slavers. That's a good development. Wait a minute. What is this? Front guy, what are you doing? That's illegal. Front guy. Front guy, please. Maybe should have played the Foresight there. No block! Joke's on you, I didn't draw any block. Wait, what's the middle guy doing? Oh, that's the wounds, that's right. Let's see. 12 plus 9 plus 27. That's enough to kill. Let's just play defensive then. Omni follow-up. Ooh. That would give me 1 energy back. And then I could empty fist at the end. Not bad. I like that. Omni follow-up. Yeah, the Cloak Clasp and Plated Armor will still trigger. This is the same debuff that Panic Button applies, so it'll have all the same exceptions. Conclude will not play twice with Omniscience. No, it'll play 1 time and end her turn. Yeah, I like that Eruption, I like that Omniscience follow-up play. Omni Bowling Bash is the other option, but then I can't leave Wrath. Yeah, thought so. Wait. Did that wrong. There we go. Loose. The sticks are so big. Yes, yes, no. Upgraded Conclude, the card I don't even want to play. I would take a Tranquility, but not a Crescendo in this deck. I wonder what Champ does differently. Overcompensating for something? Sir? Champ thinks he's playing Final Fantasy. And we have 8 strength already. Well, that's terrifying. Am I gonna die next turn? I might. Well. 39! Dear God, he's a chunker. Okay, that helps. Save me. Order. Only aggro champ. Buffing strength again. Sarah, you are a spooky. $60 while weakened. Okay, Thorns and Hourglass will chip him down. I'd like to go around again if possible. Certainly we don't want to anger him now. Champ's gonna get me here. Just delete this. We're done with it. Put him below half when Incense Burner says 4. The next turn. But half HP is 220. That's not gonna be good. How do I know he splits? I actually don't. I'm assuming, based on what I know about regular Champ, that he's gonna behave in a similar way. But he might not, admittedly. Hourglass is start of turn, that's right. You can play the Empty Fist for +1 block, but I'm not sure I want to. With this. Buffing strength again. Sure looks like he's doing the usual style. Impossible! 33 strength! Oh god, that's such a big number. Please no. Have mercy, champ. Please have mercy. I guess I didn't need that after all, huh? Whatever. That's gonna be a lesson learned from me? Let's hope I don't need to heal ever. Go here. Sploders be sploding. 1 brings it to 11. Yes, they explode on turn 2, because they are rude. Wait, what? You have thorns? Oh, that's just impolite. Ow. How dare you? Yeah, it might be that the spiker buffs everybody. That makes sense. So you now have a reason to go for the spikers first? You're no power for Mercury Hourglass, though, fool. Burn pluses. And the 2 artifact from this enemy. Bottling Fortress be good. I would probably bottle either the Devaform or the Foresight before I bottled the Mental Fortress. But yes, it would be pretty okay. Ow. We just do that again? That makes sense. Oh, that didn't apply the debuff, though, that time. Good. Didn't matter. Perfect. Oh, no, no. Yes. Okay, Rushdown should help immensely with our card draw issues. I feel like this extra unupgraded Empty Fist can get out of my deck, please. Not a bad hand drill. It's certainly not the greatest hand drill. I'm pretty happy with the card removal here. That's what I'm going to take. Let's lose the extra Empty Fist. Did you know that we have a lesson learned in this deck? How quaint. Generate 8. Okay. Wonder if it changes the patterns. For its curse. Feel like it does. Just a guess. Definitely. Makes you play twice as many rounds of Bangle. Right. Okay. Ordinary head. Slightly differently. Definitely have reduced damage without the slow debuff here. Oof. Low and steady wins the race. Lesson learned. Loose! Feels like we need a damage up of some kind, or we're like hopelessly behind when it comes to the heart fight. Haven't found any strength or anything yet. Oops. Did that in the wrong order. Worked out though. Deck wants an unceasing top pretty badly. That's not an unceasing top. Neither is that. Well, we might get to see what this Envenom effect is. Ooh, should have empty-fisted that one. It's fine. Missed my chance to full block, though. I guess we'll find out what Venom is. Oh. Only the starting ones had the Venom. Glorious. There's Venom. Start of your end of your turn, take 2 damage, then reduce Venom by 1. So it is actually just poison. Good stuff. I just have to exit. Oh, and that's blockable poison. Understood. That makes it a bit more fair. I'm fine with it doing damage through block, since you have to take the damage in the first place to have it applied to you. We're alive! We got a pretty good, thingy here. Letter Opener will be significant damage. I feel compelled to take an upgraded Foreign Influence here as well. Do we miss orange pellets already? We did. Waffle's pretty good, though. Waffle is pretty good. I will definitely take a Fear No Evil plus. More commentary is good. 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 Never miss that again. Semi-intangible Nemesis is very spooky. Wait, this deck doesn't do damage... Oh dear. Does that help? Question mark? Unsure. Can I beat Nemesis? No idea. The semi-intangible is worse than the real intangible. Actually, quite glad I upgraded Deviform in this moment. Yeah, semi-intangible causes Nemesis to take 5 less damage per attack. Which is gnarly. Rook 3, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Keep it cozy. Why don't ya? This is very terrifying. Okay. Donu Deka. Deka has damage resistance until... sorry, Donu has damage resistance until Deka dies. That'll help a lot. Shame not to play Wave of the Hand there, but pretty good otherwise. We have Rushdown, good. Perfect. Okay, we get to see the double time. Whenever you play 6 cards, Time Eater gains 1 strength. Uh-oh. I actually don't think we are very good at this fight. So basically, it just doubles the strength gain that Time Eater gets over time, right? It's not too bad. And yet, it's totally terrible. E to E orb strategies will work just fine, though. And yes, that's additive to the 12 card plus 2 strength, so it's ultimately plus 4 strength every 12 cards. Which is too much. Help! Alright, strat's gonna have to be double Foresight, probably, or maybe double Rushdown. Double Foresight seems viable. But I don't understand what my damage is going to come from here. Like, I just pummeled Donu and Deka to death slowly. Maybe if I get a Ragnarok or something? Powers in play. Missed out on some damage. We're already at 8 strength. Spooky. Draw 5-2. Tension puts itself in the draw pile. Discard 5. Wait. Right. Damn it. Still did that wrong. That worked though. Maybe should have gone one more turn so that Incense Burner would be set up for Spire, Spear, and Shield. But I'll take that as a win. Feels good. Still think we're gonna fall flat here in Act 4. But we can try. Close lineups. Save the power pot for the heart. Yes, you read that correctly. Barricade. Barricade. Oh, shoot. Tangible next turn. That's our opportunity to play Diviform then. Good. How come I don't get a barricade? Not a lot of great Omni targets, but we'll see what we can do. Hopefully this isn't some kind of hilarious soft lock up against the Spire shield. By hilarious, I mean tragic. To 99 block with you. Okay, I've got to watch the incense burner here. Any number except 2 or 5, basically. I need it to die, like, soon. There's always letter opener, right? Ideally, I'd like it on 3 or 4. The card draw, the minus card draw is gonna kill me in heart, just like last time. There's no way. Energy next turn. Right now, any way that I can just, like, kill it would be good. Wait, hourglass? Perfect. Set it to 3! It's like a card draw. Okay. So we've seen before that the heart has a big, stinky debuff that will lower our draw and energy per turn, which is a real problem. Real problem for us overall. Otherwise, the fight is pretty much the same. You have Rushdown in play. Yeah, I do. Gonna help. Yeah, if only we had a Shuriken, right? Oof. Do I live? Goes down to 50. We block for 5 plus 4 plus 3. No, we don't live. Damn it. Yeah, that's an F. So close. Thankfully, Lizard Tail is here. Actually, wait. Oh, right. That was a foolish mistake. Get rid of that slimed. Come on, Watcher, you got this. You don't got this. Not being able to scry on the redraw there was very painful. I can survive this cycle, though. We'll be okay. What's the way to do this? If I can just survive this turn, I think we're fine. We're intangible next turn, and we enter Divinity on the following turn. Is it enough if I just go Inner Peace? Redraw the Tantrum. Feels like I want to discard Tantrum and then draw with Insight. Not clear. The other option is draw 2, then Inner Peace, then Tantrum, but then I'm stuck in Wrath, maybe? Yeah, if I Insight, Inner Peace, Tantrum, I get 1 draw to exit Wrath, or I'm dead. So I don't think we can do that. We were dead either way. GG. That was really close, too. Really, really close. All we needed to win that was for the big attack to be on turn 3 and not turn 2. And I think we would have won. Really close. GG. GG. There's been some really awesome runs using the Humility mod. Shout out to Kiyu. I'm not sure how to pronounce your username. I saw you that you're here in chat lurking about, so big shout out to the creator of this mod. I think some of the variations on the fight are pretty cool. Downright unfair as designed, right? 4 sentries is ridiculous. The super... I don't think we beat any super knobs except for via Niao's Lament. But we showed that you can get to Act 4, you know, and die there. Stuff tough. Maintainer of Mod the Spire, Base Mod, and STS Lib. Well, big shoutouts there too. Depend on those every day. 2 out of 10 Champ Sword is not big enough. Sad but true. Mr. Discord, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and the 10 months of support. Much, much love. Alright, I think that is where I'm gonna wind things down for today. A lovely 7 hours of stream. Did you know that our win streak is at 9 still on regular style Ascension 20? We'll be picking that up again sometime next week when the stream returns. We'll be back on Sunday, not later than noon Eastern Time, our usual starting time. Look forward to seeing so many of you there. If you're craving more Spire action, don't forget we've got an edited YouTube now putting out 4 videos a week, which are mostly Spire highlights and tutorial style videos. So catch me there when I'm not live. Good night, Netta. Thank you so much for the 17 months. So close to that year and a half. Toodaloo, toodaloo. Alright, everybody, that will be it. Thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Toodaloo, everybody.